Good morning. Welcome for the second day of the Congress. This is also the second day of the attack on Iran. Not only us, but the whole world seems to be condemning the attack, this was not created by Iran. This was created by Israel. Israel is exporting Gaza to the Middle East and beyond. Israel is exporting its methods of death and destruction to Iran, to Syria, to Lebanon, to Yemen, to Sudan, everywhere. I want you to join the organizing committee in condemning, in no uncertain terms, the attack on Iran, which joins the genocide. We are not confused by what Israel is doing. We condemn it without qualifications as part of the Middle East-wide genocide against the Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims. This is not our way, and we are condemning also the governments of the West in supporting this in many ways. The US is part of the attack on Iran, UK is part of the attack on Iran, and actually the Arab countries are joining in. We are condemning it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm Nama Farjoun. I will be the moderator of the next session, but as we didn't have time last night to do the feedback session, the open mic, we want to give space to activists and to express their projects, their thoughts, their ideas. This is also supposed to help us keep the questions during the day directed towards the issue of the panel and to have questions towards the speakers, because we will try to have another session in the end of the day if we manage to keep on time. So that's the idea, okay? And then we have a whole day of activism on Sunday where people will be able to present their projects and political agendas for activities. So the people who will come up will present themselves, and you have 3 minutes each, okay? So you need to present, whoever is first is first.
So, good morning. My name is Michael Benchitz. I'm here to present you the fact test, a tool you might find very useful in future discussions. But let me give you some context. I analyzed German educational materials on Israel and Palestine. Following Nathan Sharansky's 3D test, delegitimization, demonization, and double standards, terms like apartheid or settler colonialism are only presented as examples of Israel-related anti-Semitism. This approach systematically omits facts about occupation, violence, injustice, and Palestinian suffering. Most of all, it omits the roots of the conflict. The 3D test shields Israel from legitimate criticism and reduces the debate, favoring pro-Zionist voices. Now, since the IHRA definition is based on Sharansky's 3D test, the same intimidation strategies are now being applied on media discussions and everyday public discourse. To counter this, I've developed the fact test, which exposes manipulative strategies. Now the acronym FACT works in German and in English. F stands for fact suppression, Faktenunterdrückung. For example, simply omitting the settler colonial aspects of Zionism. A stands for attention shift, Ablenkung. For example, focusing on the feelings of Zionist voices instead of on a live-streamed genocide. C stands for context ignored, weglassen von Kontext. For example, pretending history began on October 7th. T stands for taboo enforcement, Tabuisierung. For example, labeling scientific terminology like settler colonialism or apt analogies as anti-Semitic. The FACT test addresses main pro-Zionist strategies. It gives a clear voice to those who stand against distortion, distraction, and intimidation, whether in academia, media, schools, or everyday life. By using it, we expose, By using it, we expose unfair methods instead of getting stuck in defensive struggles. And if you're interested, I have flyers in German and in English, 200 in German and 100 in English language, so if you're interested, you could get it from me. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Susanna Treumann. I am the granddaughter of Otto Treumann, who was a graphic designer, and he survived the Holocaust. He was in the resistance during the Holocaust, and he designed this poster, amongst others, which says 26th Zionist Congress. Grandpa, I'm here at the first Anti-Zionist Congress, and I hope that you forgive me. Yesterday, we heard a lot of amazing speakers, and they are very empowering, and I feel that we should all be empowered by them and carry it forward. One of them was Gada Karmi, who I had only heard in YouTube videos. It was wonderful to hear her here. And she talked about one key that we have as Jews, one way to combat Zionism, and that is by being integer Jewish people. And I think we all hold a key, whether we're Jewish or not. And there are many keys to opening the doors of Palestine for the Palestinian people. And I wanted to talk to you about coming out of this Zionist worldview that I didn't even know I had. I wasn't aware of it, really. And to mourn what Israel was, or what I thought it was, which it never has been. And it was a realization for me that I had to mourn that utopia of Israel, and that it really is Palestine. Israel, like a warm coat when you nearly froze to death. You still shiver when you think of it. Like a lover with whom you were building a life. Like a home to keep you safe after escaping extermination. Hope and home for future generations. A solid place to preserve your culture and history. Only to realize that coat was someone else's coat. Someone who has been freezing to death since. the love of your life was already married. That home was someone else's home. They still hold the keys. They have never been free and equal because people like you built a life inside theirs. Palestine. Thank you.
Let's keep all the clapping for the end. I know it's emotional and people are saying wonderful things, but when you clap, you take away their time. So if you want to respect them, wait for the clapping to the end. Thank you. Zohar.
Sisters. So I'm Zohar, and I speak to you on behalf of the Freedom Flotille Coalition. Can you try and do this instead of? Yeah. Anyway, the Freedom Flotille Coalition has been challenging the illegal and inhuman blockade on Gaza for many years. Our last boat, the Madeleine, sailed only on the 1st of June. 3 of our comrades are still in Israeli prison because of the attack on Iran. So we really hope that the French government and the Dutch government will put pressure on Israel to release them and get them out of there as soon as possible. But the message of the Freedom Flotille Coalition goes on. We have a message to the Palestinians that they are not forgotten, that we are willing to come out of our comfort zone and do something, even if it means risking our lives or something else. It's never as much as they risk just by living there. It's also a message to our governments that we will not accept their complicity. And it's a message to the free people of the world, to all of us, to do more to stop this genocide. It's very important that we all realize that we can do something. We can go to the airport in Frankfurt and stop weapon delivery that goes on civilian flights. We can go to arms factory and destroy whatever material there is there. We can also do other things that are less risky, but still not very comfortable in our own lives. So I encourage you to do that. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. In responding to the invitation to speak, I was very tentative because I'm not Jewish, and it's not about me. But there is a Jewish story here. My name is Joseph Shekla. I coordinate the Housing and Land Rights Network based in Cairo, part of the Habitat International Coalition. And for years, we've been documenting the military doctrine of targeting homes, shelters, and shelter seekers, in fact, since the last Goldstone Commission until, of course, the present. But my personal involvement in housing and land rights as a specialty came from the comparative analysis we had been doing in another organization I worked with, taking its name from the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. And at that time, based on the 3 definitions of institutionalized racism and racial discrimination defined by the UN General Assembly, treatment of indigenous peoples, apartheid, and Zionism. And in that work, I had the pleasure, the honor of working with a close colleague and board member, Rabbi Elmer Berger, whom some of you may know. He was the executive vice president of the American Council for Judaism, which was a group of about 55 rabbis in North America who, of course, were anti-Zionist. But even now, 50 years ago, when I was in college, I was introduced to his work through the book that I think really reveals his soul the best, and that is The Jewish Dilemma, published in 1945. That's a very important date. But so is the date of the now 35-year-old Resolution 3379 on Zionism is racism. But I just want to remember what Elmer said to me back in 1990. Well, two things. One is, as I would tell my congregants and others, either you're anti-Jew, you're anti-Zionist, or you're Zionist. There's no such thing as non-Zionist, and you have to choose. The other thing he told me in 1990 was, we never thought it would become so evil. And he was a very soft-spoken guy and always was apologetic about saying that. But frankly, we've been saying for many years that this is sustainable genocide, taking the definition from sustainable development, that sustainable genocide is to continue extracting the most harm for as long as you possibly can. And although this is der erste Kongress zum Jüdisch-Antizionismus, it rests on a very honorable pedigree, a long history, and we need to make this genocide unsustainable. Thank you.
Hört man das? Ja. Ich bin der Franz Sölkner von der Steirischen Friedensplattform. Wir bearbeiten verschiedene friedenspolitische Themen und ein Schwerpunkt seit vielen Jahren ist der Palästina-Konflikt. Ganz einfach, weil er ein Konflikt ist mit einem ungeheuren Missverhältnis an Macht. Und in solch einem Konflikt muss man sich zunächst solidarisch auf die Seite der Unterdrückten stellen, damit sie einigermaßen auf Augenhöhe gebracht werden können durch eine internationale Solidarität, damit sie von der stärkeren Seite überhaupt als Gesprächs- und Verhandlungspartner ernst genommen werden. Und Israel nimmt die Palästinenser einfach seit Jahrzehnten überhaupt nicht ernst und es versucht, sie loszuwerden. Ich habe Scheu zu reden davon, dass wir natürlich auch mit verschiedenen Schikanen, Unterdrückungen und Ausgrenzungen konfrontiert sind in Graz. Man hat uns zum Beispiel voriges Jahr das Konto gesperrt. Und zwar wollte die Bank, wir waren dort über 20 Jahre Kundschaft, wollte die Bank eine Liste aller unserer Mitglieder haben, weil sie unser Konto überprüfen muss nach Schwarzgeldwäsche und Terrorfinanzierung. Natürlich kommt das nicht direkt von der Bank, sondern das hat einen Hintergrund. Uns wurden zahlreiche Kundgebungen untersagt. Wir betreuen einen palästinensischen Mann, der in Österreich im Gefängnis sitzt, der mit 14 Jahren Steine geworfen hat auf israelische Armeefahrzeuge und damals 12 Jahre in Israel zu 12 Jahren verurteilt wurde und 9 Jahre abgesessen hat, dann später nach Österreich geflüchtet ist und jetzt wieder im Gefängnis sitzt. Ich habe ihm einmal 50 € geschickt und ein paar Tage später habe ich die Vorladung vom Landesverfassungsschutz gehabt zu einer Einvernahme. Auch später, ich habe eine Kundgebung haben wir angemeldet, wieder war einen Tag später nach der Anmeldung, läutete es an der Tür, zwei Beamten des Landesverfassungsschutzes sind gekommen und wollten haben, dass wir die Kundgebung absagen. Ich habe mich geweigert, das zu tun. Bin gleich fertig. Vom alten Preußen hat man gesagt, es hat eine Armee, die den Staat besitzt, die einen Staat besitzt. Das ist auch in Israel so. Sie wissen, es gibt in Israel ein Sicherheitskabinett, wo alle entscheidenden militärischen Entscheidungen fallen. Also auch Israel hat eine Armee, die einen Staat besitzt. Und ich gehe heute Nachmittag noch zu einer Geburtstagsfeier von einem Studienkollegen, der ist Friedensforscher und er macht Friedensmediation, Versöhnung und so weiter, ist alles gut und richtig, aber wir haben einen groben Dissens. Was uns vereinigt, das ist der Antimilitarismus, der Stahlhelm. Wir wollen umnutzen, Rüstung umnutzen. Aber wo wir uns unterscheiden, das ist, er meint diesen Konflikt, speziell bei Israel, das kann man moderieren, das kann man versöhnen. Und ich sage, da braucht man primär eine scharfe, solidarische Friedenspolitik, und zwar in Art eines Kaktus. Und das gebe ich ihm heute als symbolisches Geschenk. Was ganz Wesentliches noch. Rote Karten für Israel bei den Fußballfans verteilen und lassen wir Steine für Palästina sprechen. Steine bemalen mit den Kindern und auf die Straßen legen. Ich danke euch.
Ja, guten Morgen. Mein Name ist Wilma Mittelbach. Ich komme aus Deutschland, aus dem Ruhrgebiet. Ich möchte euch kurz berichten über eine wichtige Initiative zwischen der ICOR, das ist eine internationale Koordinierung revolutionärer Organisationen und Parteien, die 60 Mitglieder hat in 43 Ländern. Sie hat einen Solidaritätspakt abgeschlossen mit dem Al-Auda-Krankenhaus in Palästina in Gaza, und zwar mit dem Inhalt, dass wir ehrenamtlich auf Spendentätigkeit, sobald es möglich ist, ein Krankenhaus bauen, beziehungsweise Krankenstationen, je nachdem, was angesagt ist. Und das ist ein Projekt, für das wir jetzt inzwischen schon 160.000 € Spenden gesammelt haben, auf der Straße vor allen Dingen. Auch da vorne kann man spenden. Wir haben ein solches Projekt schon in Kobane gebaut, vor 10 Jahren genau. Da wurde von 170 Ehrenamtlichen, vor allen Dingen Facharbeitern, Menschen, die Urlaub genommen haben, die alles selbst bezahlt haben, eine Geburtsklinik gebaut, die inzwischen schon über fast 50.000 Kinder geboren wurden. Sie steht auch noch trotz türkischer Angriffe. Dazu gibt es auch eine Dokumentation bei uns. Aber dieses Projekt halten wir für wichtig, weil es auch praktische Hilfe ist gegen die israelischen Imperialisten, die den Gazastreifen praktisch platt machen wollen. Ich möchte noch sagen, dass ich das sehr anregend finde hier, die Diskussion, weil ich beeindruckt bin von den vielen Initiativen zur Unterstützung des palästinensischen Befreiungskampfs. Ich möchte aber auch ermutigen dazu, über den Rahmen eines kapitalistischen Systems hinauszudenken, weil ich denke, dass mit der israelischen, zionistischen, faschistischen Regierung keine Möglichkeit gibt, einen gemeinsamen Staat, egal welche Lösung man anstrebt, aber ein Leben zu erkämpfen, in dem Palästinenser und Israelis gemeinsam friedlich leben können und alle Fähigkeiten zum Tragen kommen. Deshalb möchte ich noch mal einen Gedanken aufgreifen, den eine Kollegin von mir schon gesagt hat, dass man sich über den Sozialismus als Staatsform Gedanken machen muss. Dann möchte ich noch kurz berichten über die Initiativen in Europa, die inzwischen unter den Hafenarbeitern sich langsam, aber stetig entwickeln, die praktisch den Transport und die Verladung von Waffen nach Israel verweigern. Das ist auch von der Gewerkschaft unterstützt. Und vor 3 oder 4 Tagen haben die Hafenarbeiter in Marseille ein Schiff beladen und haben sich erfolgreich geweigert, Waffen, vor allen Dingen Sturmgewehre, an die israelische Armee auszuliefern. Und ich denke, dass das Kräfte sind, auch im weltweiten Widerstand, die Arbeiterbewegung, die Friedensbewegung, auf die man setzen muss, damit sich hier was ändert. Weil die Probleme in Gaza sind besonders brutal und zugespitzt, aber es sind auf der Welt so viele imperialistische Konflikte und die Menschen müssen einfach lernen, sich, ich sag mal, zu befreien davon.
Hi everybody, my name's Gabby. I'm here just speaking right now as an individual because as we've been discussing how we would like to dismantle Zionism, I've found that we have a big gap in our discussion so far. We have named many times the rhetorical use of accusations of anti-Semitism and Zionism's racist roots, but what we have not yet discussed and have not been on the table so much is the patriarchal, misogynistic roots of Zionism. And I want to bring this to light and make sure it's on our minds, because I believe that Zionism is patriarchy. And I just want to take us back to previous times in Europe and remember, for example, that anti-Semitism in Europe was so misogynistic that even Jewish men were burned during the witch hunts and accused of having menstruation. And the promise of Zionism was also to create a new Jew, and the new Jew, in contrast to the old Jew, which was weak and in the city and bookish and feminine, the new Jew was going to come and be a strong, buff, land-owning man modeled after the white man. And so we have to acknowledge this, and we also need to acknowledge the dynamic in which especially liberal Zionism casts all brown men as sexual perpetrators, and this allows for liberal Zionists to believe that they are protecting white women and many other people when they are not. And how similar is this dynamic to the belief that they are protecting Jews with Zionism? This is all in the same system, and I just wanted to make sure that as we are saying Zionism is anti-Semitism, Zionism is racism, we're also saying Zionism is patriarchy. Thank you.
Hallo, mein Name ist Doris Kohn, ich bin verbunden mit der Zeitschrift Spartacist von der Internationalen Kommunistischen Liga. Wir sind sehr froh, dass wir hier heute sein können. Und ich wollte ein paar allgemeine Bemerkungen machen zuerst, ganz kurz, um dann auch einen Vorschlag an den Kongress zu machen. Zuerst natürlich weiß jeder, dass Israel von den USA und den anderen Imperialisten bis an die Zähne bewaffnet wird. Das geht gegen die Palästinenser, das geht gegen den Iran heute, und beide müssen verteidigt werden. Die Frage ist aber, dass der Punkt ist, dass wir jede Mobilisierung zur Befreiung der Palästinenser auf einer ganz klaren antiimperialistischen Grundlage machen müssen. Also nicht Appelle an den Imperialismus, doch etwas humaner zu werden. Und auch nicht an die Institutionen der Imperialisten, dass sie sich doch etwas mehr für die Palästinenser einsetzen. Das ist das Problem. Wir hatten letztes Jahr Hunderttausende auf den Straßen für Palästina, und die Palästinenser werden weiter abgeschlachtet. Also man muss sich die Frage stellen, wie kann man das verändern? Und es ist immer noch ein Wort, das ich gestern leider nicht sehr oft gehört habe, es ist immer noch die Arbeiterklasse, die die soziale Macht hat. Dann werden manche sagen, naja, die Arbeiter sind aber jetzt gar nicht so weit. Die müssen aber dafür gewonnen werden, indem man klar macht, dass die Arbeiter ein Interesse haben, sich zu verbünden mit den anderen Unterdrückten in ihrem eigenen Kampf um ihre Lebensbedingungen, die Verbesserung ihrer Lebensbedingungen. Und das kann auch nur ganz klar in der politischen Auseinandersetzung und im Kampf gegen die jetzige Gewerkschaftsführung passieren, die ja total pro-Israel ist und ja selber die pro-palästinensischen Aktivisten verfolgt. Meine Vorrednerin hat darüber gesprochen, es gibt Initiativen von Hafenarbeitern, auch zum Beispiel in Hamburg, die dafür kämpfen, dass die Waffen boykottiert werden. In Schweden, einer hat es für 6 Tage geschafft, der dann gefeuert wurde von dem Betrieb, und es gibt eine internationale Solidaritätskampagne. Allgemein, unsere Methode, antiimperialistisch zu sein, bezieht sich ganz genauso auf den Nahen Osten. Die Palästinenser können nicht hoffen auf arabische Regime. Das sind die arabischen unterdrückten Massen, die wir gewinnen müssen. Und um die Befreiung der Palästinenser zu erreichen, muss der zionistische Staat Israel zerstört werden. Und das kann nur gewinnen mit der Unterstützung auch der jüdischen Arbeiterklasse. Also unsere Perspektive ist, die Arbeiter zu mobilisieren. Jeder wird sagen, das ist schwer, das ist schwer, das ist auch schwer. Aber es gibt Brüche in der israelischen Gesellschaft, die wir vertiefen müssen. Und wir müssen genauso den israelischen Arbeitern, den jüdischen Arbeitern in Israel, müssen wir sagen, wo ihre Interessen liegen, zum Beispiel Enteignung der großen Landbesitzer, wobei dann die Palästinenser zurückkommen können und es kann gemeinsam bewirtschaftet werden und andere Fragen. Wir haben das in der Zeitung. Ein letzter Punkt, ich habe einen Wunsch an den Kongress, wenn das möglich ist. Es gibt in Frankreich im Moment eine starke Repressionskampagne gegen Palästina-Aktivisten. Nächste Woche ist ein Prozess gegen den Anas Kassib. Und ich wollte vorschlagen, dass der Kongress für diese Proteste, die es nächste Woche gibt, vielleicht eine Abstimmung machen kann und sich solidarisiert mit den französischen Palästina-Aktivisten, wo auch eigentlich Rima Hassan dazugehört, deren Staatsbürgerschaft angegriffen wird, weil das sehr helfen würde. Also das ist mein Vorschlag, wenn das möglich ist, für den Kongress das zu tun. Danke.
Hello, everybody. It's Abe Haim. And I think I've spoken to people about using legal action because we have everything on our sides. We've got international law. We've got mountains of evidence of all the rule-breaking, the terrible racism, the complete denial of international law. So we can use the legal system to actually take people to court. Now, we've got the international law, and as Haim said, you know, Israel has just refused to, you know, even listen to it, the total impunity. But we've got the ICJ rulings, the latest one, January, which was to say that there was a plausible genocide and states have to take direct action to stop this. And then we've got the ICC ruling of war crimes, and Netanyahu and Yoav Gallant are war criminals. Then we've got the July ICJ ruling that the occupation is totally illegal and the settlers have to leave. So we can actually take people to court. We can take Trump to court. There should be legal suits against heads of state. In the UK, Starmer and Lammy, the foreign secretary, with all the hot air, they've never taken any action to create an arms embargo. So we can take them to court, have legal action. We've got lawyers, we can get pro bono lawyers to act for us. And there should be a whole movement, a campaign to all around the world, you know, for all the opposers of Zionism. And we can take apart not only Zionism, but the Zionist lobby, the Israel lobby has got to be taken apart. The IHRA definition now has become meaningless because all the examples that are supposed to be anti-Semitic, Israel has actually committed. It does not have the right to exist. It doesn't exist as a right in the human charter. Israel has committed the worst crimes. And for instance, they say you can't oppose Israel's, just a minute, sorry. So you can take all the definitions. You know, Israel has behaved like the Nazis. They say you can't compare Israel to the Nazis, but they're worse. I mean, they created the worst genocide that is beyond imagination. There's a new definition now of what genocide is because of what Israel has done. So the new benchmark is how they behaved in Gaza. That's the benchmark, as Ramzi Baroud was saying. How you behaved in Gaza can label you as to whether you're for humanity or against. And so we can work to dismantle the IHRA definition, which is now being used, as the previous speaker has shown, so that you can't even say Palestine will be free. Or you can't, you know, lecturers in universities have to say that they're against BDS rather than being for. So just, you know, and we could have this as a workshop, you know, to go into more detail, but that is the route. Legal action and a huge campaign to do this. Thank you.
One last speaker, and we will start immediately the panel. We are not taking any comments. This is an open mic session. People who want to get on the open mic for the evening, if we have time, if we go in and out on time, you can register with the QR, and we will try to have another session in the end of the day, okay? This is the last intervention, and we will immediately, there is no break, no pause, no cigarette, no coffee. We go on to the next panel.
I suppose I should start with Good Shabbat. I'm Mike Cushman. I'm speaking on behalf of Global Jews for Palestine. We're a network of 20 groups from 14 countries with more on the way. But there are groups here that we're not yet in touch with. We organize around the world, from South Africa and Argentina in the south, to Latvia and Canada in the north, from New Zealand to the US West Coast, but the long way round. That's okay. We've been building quietly for 6 years, getting to know, understand, and trust each other. We developed a mission statement, which isn't too long. We are Jews from many countries who are members of local, national, international networks and organizations. We are multi-ethnic and multi-generational, and our members embrace a broad range of viewpoints on Jewish religious and ethical traditions. We are connected by our involvement in the struggle for Palestinian rights and by our determination to work for justice. We oppose Zionism and all forms of racism and colonialism. We believe it is our particular responsibility to challenge Jewish organizations whose alliances and actions undermine Palestinian human and national rights, promote Jewish exceptionalism, and overturn Jewish social justice traditions. At the heart of our work is the fight for Palestinian liberation and the struggle for a world free of racial and ethnic hierarchy, cultural domination, and unbridled militarism. We have a longer manifesto. There are copies on the table over there. We are within days, inshallah, of launching a website, globaljewsforpalestine.com. And when that's up, there'll be a contact form for groups to get in touch with us. We invite your Jewish groups to join with us to develop coordinated action against state support for genocide and apartheid. You can talk to me, you can talk to Wieland. Can you stand up, Wieland, so they can see you? You can talk to Beatrice from France. Beatrice, can you stand up so people can see you? Stand up, thank you. Lara from Latvia is meant to be here, but I haven't seen her yet. Lara, are you here? Stand up. Talk to any of us about to know more. If you do Instagram, I don't. We're on Global Jews for Palestine. Zionism will fall if we work together around the world. Free, free Palestine. Solidarity.
Perfect. Okay, 20 seconds to sit down and settle, if you need to.
Hello.
We are all here. We are all on the stage, so we don't have technical problems. I don't know, the sound goes up and down. So we don't have technical problems, but we do have translation because our dear Ruben Abergil will be speaking in Hebrew. He will be translated not simultaneously to German, and the simultaneous translation will be from the German, from our friend Uri Shani, who will translate to German, and the simultaneous translation will be to English. So those of you who don't understand Hebrew or German, you need headphones. I don't know if someone can help to give out headphones in English. Can you come with the headphones and give out to people who might need a headphone in English? Is that possible while we start? Everybody has? I don't know. Okay. Okay, so if you don't understand, so anyway, everyone needs headphones for this panel. Okay, that's the conclusion, I think. Unless you understand Hebrew, English, and German, then you're fine. Okay, so I am Nama Farjun. I am an Israeli citizen and advocate and activist for Palestine and against the Israeli occupation, apartheid, genocide for over 40 years. Obviously, the intensity now is beyond the usual. I got involved in helping the organization of the conference as part of the European Jews for Palestine network, in which I'm a representative for Israelis Against Apartheid. Also a member of Boycott from Within, and recently active in the initiative of Israeli citizens call for sanctions, which we have almost 4,000 signatures of Israeli citizens in Israel and abroad. That's me. And today we are in this session, we have some very interesting guests. We are going to talk about the complex experiences of Arab Jews in relation to their identity and erasure. Just to say, it seems hard for me now to talk about something that doesn't seem to directly stop the carnage and genocide that is going on, and the criminal efforts of Israel and the West to shatter the Arab world and the Middle East. We are all on edge. The people in Gaza are in the dark, living in a hell on earth and expecting the worst. Gaza is incommunicable, no electricity, no water, no food, and the bombs, shells, bullets don't stop. We are looking into the abyss, and it's expanding. The Hunger Games are at a crucial point of intensified genocidal tactics, and it's not getting better. We are failing the people of Gaza. However, I think that to build our resistance in the medium and long run, our issue is actually quite central and useful. What we are going to talk about today, and surprisingly, there have been quite a few references yesterday to the issue, which I didn't expect. So, Mizrahim, or Mizrahi Jews, is the term used in Israel to describe people who are part of the Jewish collective, but have origins in Arab or Muslim countries. Literally, it means Easterns, but it refers to a population from the south and east of the Mediterranean, also to some extent the Balkan, many of whom are descendants of the Jewish population expelled from Al-Andalus, of which we heard yesterday, together with the Muslim population by the Christian kings and the church. Also known as Sephardi Jews, for those of you who are still trying to figure out this language. Jewish communities that were integrated in North Africa, Palestine, Sham, Iraq, Iran, Yemen, Turkey, etc. These communities were stripped of their cultural heritage, their language, their strength as a community upon arriving to the Zionist entity after its creation in Palestine or on Palestine. This is not about identity politics as I understand it. It's not only a racial identity we're talking about. Rather, the Mizrahi groups and activism within the Jewish left aim to build a political identity. So being a Mizrahi is not necessarily a racial identity, but also a political identity. In this session, we will hear about movement between social, cultural, and political realities in this context, about resisting the demand and expectations of the European Zionist movement to be part of the forceful dispossession and colonization of Palestine, while denying the Arab identity of Arab Jews, or Jewish Arabs, reclaiming our Arab past, present, and future. So, we are going to start with Ruben Abergil, born in 1943 in Rabat, Morocco, the fourth of 8 children, immigrated to Israel in 1950 with his family. They were sent to the... Okay, they were, they immigrated to occupied Palestine in 1950. Thank you for the correction. The family was sent to immigration immigrant camp in Pardes Chana, and later were moved to Musrara, a former Palestinian neighborhood in East Jerusalem, whose residents were expelled and forced to abandon their homes during the occupation in 1948. Ruben Abergil has been a social and political activist in Israel-Palestine for more than 50 years. After co-founding the Israeli Black Panthers, he participated in various movements for social and political justice, including the Peripheries bloc in the 2011 so-called uprising in Israel. Also part of the Tarabut movement, which links social and political struggles. He lives in Jerusalem. He is a father of 4, grandfather of 11, and great-grandfather of 3 children. He co-authored the book Black Panther with Tamara Verte-Zahav about his life, wrote the Haggadah of Pesach of the Black Panthers in Hebrew, which is also translated to English, strongly recommended, co-authored another book about Israel's Black Panthers. He writes poetry in Hebrew and Moroccan, Arabic, and though he never had the luxury to attend any school. Ruben.
צהריים טובים, לא באתי לדבר על ציונות ולא באתי לדבר על פלסטין, באתי לספר לכם על המפגש שלי עם התנועה הציונית ביום שעזבתי את מרוקו.
Schönen Mittag, ich bin nicht gekommen, um über den Zionismus zu sprechen und nicht über die Palästinenser. Ich will euch erzählen über mein erstes Treffen mit dem Zionismus am Tag, als ich Marokko verlassen habe.
המפגש עם התנועה הציונית היה מפגש אלים, מפגש מעליב, פוגע, והיה מאוחר מאוד להתחרט.
Dieses Treffen war brutal, war aggressiv, war unterdrückend und es war zu spät, zurückzugehen.
לא ידענו עד כמה רוע יש בקבוצה הזו.
Wir wussten nicht, wie viel Bosheit in dieser Gruppe der Zionisten ist.
אני יודע מההיסטוריה איפה שחיו היהודים במדינות הנוצריות, הם עברו את כל הפוגרומים והצרות שהיו להם במזרח אירופה ואירופה ורוסיה. במדינות האסלאם אני לא מכיר מהתקופה שאני עזבתי את מרוקו שהיה לנו את הפוגרומים האלה שהם חוו במזרח אירופה ואירופה.
Ich kenne die Geschichte der europäischen Juden, alle die Pogrome, die Unterdrückung, die sie erlebt haben. Bei uns im arabischen Raum, also spezifisch in Marokko, habe ich das nie erlebt.
כנראה שהמפגש של האשכנזים, היהודים האירופאים האלה, עם הנוצרים באירופה, התפתח אצלם, איך אומרים, מחלה פתולוגית של הגזענות שלא עוזבת אותם, וזה בתוך המבנה הנפשי שלהם.
Diese Beziehung zwischen den Europäern und den europäischen Juden hat bei den europäischen Juden offenbar eine Pathologie entwickelt, eine Krankheit, von der sie sich nicht heilen können.
וכשהם התחילו לחשוב על התנועה הציונית, אנחנו נתחיל להבין שיש לנו בעיה עם אנשים שהם לא בריאים נפשית. הם אנשים שמאמינים בעליונות שלהם על אנשים ממדינות האסלאם, על היהודים ממדינות האסלאם.
Wir haben verstanden, dass wir es mit Leuten zu tun haben, die psychisch krank sind und die tatsächlich an ihre Überlegenheit gegenüber die arabischen Juden glauben.
כאן אני מדבר בדיעבד, אחרי שאני אקים את הפנתרים עם החברים שלי, אני אתחיל להבין את הרעיונות האלה שאני מדבר עליהם.
All das habe ich natürlich erst verstanden, nachdem ich schon die Schwarzen Panther gegründet gehabt habe.
וכשהקמתי את התנועה של הפנתרים עם החברים שלנו, הפעולה הראשונה של המערכת הייתה לעצור אותנו כשלא עשינו שום דבר. חילקנו פתקים שאין בהם שום איום על השלטון.
Sie haben uns schon unterdrückt vom ersten Tag, als wir erst nur ein paar Zettel verteilt haben, um die Bewegung zu gründen.
גדלתי ברחוב, לא גדלתי על קרקע פוליטית או על איזה מקום שאני יכול ללמוד אידיאולוגית מה עושים מול מציאות כזו.
Ich bin in der Straße aufgewachsen, ich bin nicht in einer politischen Bewegung aufgewachsen, die mich unterrichtet hatte, wie man so eine Bewegung gründet.
האמת שתוך כדי מאבק נולד לי חלום חדש. רציתי, אם היה לי אפשרות, לקיים את הקונגרס האנטי-ציוני הראשון בבאזל, ובאותו יום שהם הכריזו על התנועה הציונית, רציתי להכריז על מותה באותו יום, אבל לא היה לי את הכוח לעשות את זה.
Mein Traum war es immer schon, den ersten jüdischen antizionistischen Kongress in Basel zu gründen, am selben Tag, an dem der erste zionistische Kongress gegründet wurde. Und ich wollte an diesem Kongress den Tod des Zionismus feiern und den Zionismus begraben.
הגעתי לכאן ושמעתי את כולם מדברים, ואני לא רוצה לחזור על הדברים שאמרתם שאני מסכים עם כולם.
Ich habe alles gehört, was gesagt wurde, ich will nicht wiederholen. Ich bin mit allem einverstanden.
אוקיי, מה גרם לי להתפכח? לא הייתי שיכור.
Was hat mich aufgeweckt? Was hat mich nüchtern gemacht? Ich war nicht betrunken.
מלחמת ששת הימים, הכיבוש. זה היה היום שהחיים שלי השתנו.
1967, der Krieg von 1967 und die Besatzung des Westjordansland, der Gazastreifen und so weiter, das hat mich aufgeweckt.
זה לא שהייתי בן אדם רגיש ואני נגד הכיבוש, בעד הכיבוש, נגד הציונות, בעד הציונות. לא, הסיטואציה שבה אני חייתי דחפה אותי לאנשים שהייתי קרוב אליהם. זה הפלסטינים, כי השארתי אותם במרוקו.
Es war die Lebenssituation, in der ich mich befand, und die Palästinenser, denen ich begegnet bin.
והמערכת לא אהבה את המפגש שלי עם הפלסטינים.
Und das System hat diese Begegnung sehr missbilligt.
לאט לאט התחלנו לשלם מחירים כבדים, גם אנחנו היהודים ממדינות האסלאם והפלסטינים, כי החיבור הזה כנראה איים עליהם.
Wir haben sehr schnell hohe Preise bezahlt, weil diese Begegnung offenbar für das System sehr gefährlich ist.
והפגישה הראשונה שלי עם גולדה מאיר, עם ראש הממשלה, שהסכימה לפגוש אותי עם החברים שלי, היא שאלה אותי, למה בחרתם את השם הפנתרים השחורים? הם אנטישמים, הם אנטי-ציונים, איך אתם עושים את זה?
Bei meiner ersten Begegnung mit Golda Meir, damals Premierminister, fragte sie mich, warum habt ihr diesen Namen gewählt, die schwarzen Panther? Das sind doch Antisemiten, das sind Antizionisten.
אמרתי לה, אני לא מכיר אותם.
Ich kenne sie nicht.
הם לא מנעו ממני לא ללמוד. הם לא מנעו ממני את הבריאות. הם לא מנעו ממני שאני לא יהיה לי מה לאכול עם 10 אחים בחדר אחד, בלי מים ובלי חשמל. אז על איזה אנטישמים? אתם אנטישמים.
Sie haben nicht meine Erziehung verhindert, Sie haben nicht meine Gesundheit geschädigt, Sie haben nicht mich und 9 meiner Brüder und Schwestern in ein kleines Zimmer gestopft. Ihr sind die Antisemiten, ihr habt das gemacht.
ולקראת סיום, אשתף אתכם במעשים הטובים של הציונות מול היהודים ממדינות האסלאם. כן, כן.
Ich will euch über die guten Sachen erzählen, die der Zionismus uns, den arabischen Juden, gemacht hat.
הפעולה הראשונה שנעשתה כאשר אנחנו הוציאו אותנו בהונאה, במרמה ממדינות האסלאם, הפעולה הראשונה שעשו נגדנו, שעשו הפרדות בין המנהיגות לבין האזרחים הפשוטים.
Das erste, was die Zionisten gemacht haben in unseren Gemeinden, war die Führungskräfte der Gemeinde von der Gemeinde zu spalten und zu entfernen.
והושיבו אותנו לאורך הגבולות איפה שפינו את הפלסטינים, איפה שגירשו את הפלסטינים, מוסררה זה על הגבול, ממש ירדן ישראל, שמו אותנו על הגבול. הנה הם שמה ואתה פה. אתה רואה את הערבים שהשארת במרוקו, הנה הם שמה.
Sie haben ausdrücklich uns in dieselben Dörfer und Siedlungen und Quartiere geschickt und besiedelt, wo die Palästinenser vertrieben wurden, damit wir den Palästinensern gegenüber, die auf der anderen Seite der Grenze jetzt sitzen, damit wir dort
היו תנועות ציוניות שעסקו בשיקום היהודים שבאו מהשואה. ההסתדרות הציונית, ויצו, נעמת וכל מוסדות ההסתדרות הציונית.
Alle zionistischen Organisationen, verschiedene hat Namen gewählt, die sich bemüht haben um die Überlebenden der europäischen Shoah.
וכמובן שהייתה להם בעיה שלא היה להם ילדים, והם התחילו לחטוף את הילדים שלנו הקטנים. אמהות שלנו הלכו ללדת וחזרו בלי תינוקות, והאמהות שלנו החזיקו את התינוקות והניקו אותם, והם אומרים, איפה התינוק שלי? אמרו, הוא מת. וככה חטפו למעלה מ50,000 ילדים, יעבירו אותם לאמריקה ולמקומות אחרים, לניצולי השואה.
Und viele dieser Familien von Überlebenden aus der europäischen Shoah in Israel, aber auch in anderen Ländern auf der Welt, hatten keine Kinder oder wenige Kinder, und sie haben unsere Kinder gekidnappt und haben sie ihnen verkauft.
עד היום מתנהל מאבק קשה מאוד, וביבי נתניהו נתן הוראה לקבור את התיקים לעוד 70 שנה, שאף אחד לא יכול לראות אותם.
Bis heute kämpfen wir, es geht um mehr als 50.000 Säuglinge, die gekidnappt wurden. Bis heute kämpfen wir darum, dass diese Sache aufgearbeitet wird und Netanyahu hat beschlossen, diese ganze Sache weiterhin für weitere 70 Jahre zu begraben.
והדבר הנוסף, הפשעים נגד האנושות שנעשו בגדול ובגלוי, בלי לפחד, כשהם מקבלים את האישורים של האמריקאים ושל מוסדות הבריאות של האו"ם, לעשות ניסויים גרעיניים עלינו, קוראים לזה גזזת. אני לא יודע איך קוראים לזה באנגלית, כן, אבל...
DDT.
כן.
ringworm.
לא. ringworm, נכון, כן. כן.
Kenne ich nicht.
Du kannst übersetzen.
Okay. Also Sie haben auch biologische Versuche auf uns gemacht, mit dem Einverständnis von Amerika, Europa und so weiter.
Ja, also Mizrahi-Kinder wurden bestrahlt mit Röntgenbestrahlung gegen eine ästhetische Krankheit. Sie heißt Ringworm, das ist eine Art Wurm, das der Kopf befällt und Alopecia, also Haarausfall auslöst. Und das war tödlich für viele Mizrahi-Kinder und die Archiven sind auch verschwunden.
אפשר למצוא את זה באנגלית באינטרנט, אפשר למצוא את זה. עכשיו, אני, בכל המשפחה שלי, בעשרות אלפים, אולי 100,000 ילדים ומבוגרים, כולל גם פלסטינים שהיו תחת ממשל צבאי, שעברנו את הנישואין. הרבה מתו בנישואין, הרבה נשארו נכים, והרבה אנשים שבאה מוטציה אחרי שנים שהתפתחו אצלם כל מיני גידולים ומתו מחלות קשות מאוד.
Viele tausend Kinder, vielleicht sogar 100.000 von uns, aber auch von Palästinensern wurden bestrahlt und viele starben, viele sind krank bis heute, viele wurden später krank.
הייתי ילד, והאנשים האלה שעברו את החוויה הזו כמוני, לא ידעו שהם סוחבים איתם מחלות קשות. עד שאנחנו נתבגר, והזמן יעבור, ואז אנחנו נמצא את עצמנו נכים. ואני כבר פעיל חברתי, אני מתחיל לארגן הפגנות, מתחיל לארגן מלחמה, ואז הכנסת מקבלת חוק, לתת פיצויים לאלה שעברו את הגזזת. כמו השואה.
Erst als ich schon politisch aktiv wurde, haben wir es geschafft, dass wir Entschädigung für diese Versuche erhielten.
אוקיי, אז לסיום, כשאני היהודי היחידי בעולם הציוני, שנשללה האזרחות שלו בגלל הפעילות הפוליטית שלי בפנתרים השחורים.
Ich bin der einzige jüdische Israeli, der 40 Jahre lang ohne israelischen Pass in Israel gelebt hat, weil meine Staatsbürgerschaft wegen meiner politischen Aktivität annulliert wurde. Erst 40 Jahre danach erhielt ich sie wieder.
ואני רוצה לגלות לכם, כשהמוקטעה הופצצה על ידי ישראל, ויאסר ערפאת ישב בתוך ההריסות שלו, ישבתי איתו שמה, ודיברנו הרבה. ובשלב מסוים הוא עזב את השולחן עם כל הישראלים שבאו לשם אליו בשנת 2011. לא, סליחה, ב-2002, כן? הקים אותי מהשולחן, אמר לי בוא איתי, חיבק אותי, והתחלנו לטייל בתוך המוקטעה המופצצת. וחשבתי שהוא רוצה לספר לי איזה סוד, או לדבר איתי פוליטיקה קצת. והוא התחיל לספר לי על הילדות שלו עם החברים שלו היהודים הספרדים בעיר העתיקה בירושלים.
Im Jahr 2002 hat Israel, die israelische Armee die Mukata bombardiert und viele Israelis sind gekommen, um zusammen mit Arafat dort zu sitzen, sozusagen, um ihn zu beschützen. Und in einem bestimmten Moment, mitten in diesem Bombardement, hat er mich mitgenommen zu einem Spaziergang und ich habe schon gedacht, er will mir irgendein Geheimnis erzählen oder sowas, aber er hat mir einfach über seine Kindheit erzählt, in der Jerusalemer Altstadt mit den ספרדischen Juden dort.
אז אנחנו היינו מכריזים וצועקים, כסף לשכונות ולא להתנחלויות.
Und wir schreien bis heute Geld für die Entwicklungsquartiere und nicht für die Siedlungen.
תודה רבה.
Dankeschön.
Okay. And our next speaker, thank you, Ruben. That was very emotive. Sit down. Iris Hefetz, to my left, born in Israel, where she lived until 2002. A year into the second Intifada, she left for political reasons and settled in Berlin. She is a member of Jewish Voice for a Just Peace in the Middle East in Germany. She practices as a psychoanalyst. She is also a renowned activist and vocal dissident, opposing the crimes of Zionism and the rights of Palestinians. She was also a victim of persecution from the German police, who have her on their target. And she will talk to us about the psychological structures of Zionism and the place of Mizrahi Jews within this structure. So it relates very nice to what we heard from Ruben. Thank you, Iris.
Hear me? Yes, thank you for the invitation to the first Jewish Anti-Zionist Congress, and I will speak here as a Jew, because I think it's also important for us as Jews, and it is also an identity issue, to object Zionism, or I would say to go through a decolonialization process from Zionism, because Zionism occupied and still occupying Judaism. And therefore, I think it's very important for us to go through that. Judaism is not only a religion, as Rada said yesterday. There is also something which is the Jewish people, and I think also the Palestinian can understand that, what it means to be in a diaspora, for example, for many years, to have a common, if you're a Jew, also a common mythology, which we see how Zionism make it into a concrete thing, but it is a mythology, the fact. Or the story, not the fact that Jews went out of Egypt and went through emancipation process. And we are also people who have many things in common. And I think it is important to go back to the Jewish position of being in a state of mind of minority, of people who lost the concrete land, and of people who know what does it mean to be dependent on other people. It is different than what we see in Zionism. I mean, the state of mind of Zionism is what we would say in psychoanalysis an omnipotent state of mind. Israel is behaving like we can do everything. We are not dependent on our neighbors. We are not dependent on our people. And unfortunately, all the Western powers are supporting this. Now, I think that it's important for us also as Mizrahis to go through this decolonialization process, because for Mizrahis, it's something else to be part of Zionism. So, for example, if an Ashkenazi soldier is going to kill Palestinians, he is killing the other people, which were being othered, because, I mean, Jews in Europe were the other, actually. For Mizrahi people, it is a different thing, because if you're killing someone who could be your brother or your father or your grandfather, you're killing part of yourself. And this is what happens to Mizrahis in Israel. It's the killing of the Arab part of each of this Mizrahi person, which is more like committing suicide. And this is what happens to Mizrahis, actually, with the time. We have to remember, and this is a fact, the Nakba was done by Ashkenazis. So the big crime, or the first crime that enabled the Zionist state to be a Zionist state, was done by Ashkenazis. And afterwards, the Ashkenazi needed a majority of Jews in this region. And all the European Jews that could come to Israel, that was then founded, came or left to other countries. So they had no other choice but to bring people from Arabic and Islamic states. And these people were not Zionist, because Zionism is a European idea. So you had to force them to come there, which was a coordinated action of the Zionist institutions to bring as many Arabic Jews to the new state. But they were treated, you know, this is the crazy thing. After you expel more than 700,000 Palestinians because they are Arabs, you import, and it was really, I'm using consciously the word importing because it was really dealing with people's life. You import Arabs to the countries because they are, to the new country that was founded, because they are Jews. But they were, of course, Arab Jews. And now they are also making half of the Jewish population in Israel. If we're thinking about the Arab population between the river and the sea, we have actually a majority of Arab people. If we count the Muslim, Christian, and Jewish Arabs, they are, of course, more than the Ashkenazi Jews that are, and non-Jews, for example. I mean, a third of a million of the new immigrants that came to Israel after the fall of the former Soviet Union are non-Jews, according to the halakha, but they are entitled to come according to the law of the Israeli state. Now, we see, for example, until now, how there is an identification of Mizrahis or Jewish Arabs with the Palestinian people. And of course, it's something normal in that sense, that we as human beings, the more someone else is like us, then unconsciously we can identify with this person. So if you're a woman, for example, and you're pregnant, you can identify also with a pregnant woman in Gaza. It's easier, for example, because, you know, it's something that happens emotionally. You don't have to go through many conscious processes. So I read, for example, what an Israeli poet, Yoni Naaman, who is originally from Yemen, wrote yesterday on her Facebook. And if we're talking about Yemen, we are talking really about Arab Jews. There is nothing less, I mean, more Arabic than Jews that came from Yemen. And she wrote, "At 6 in the morning, he crawls into my bed, still wrapped in sleep, and wrapped his thin arm around me. I turned to him, and he showered me with sweet kisses. And all I could see was Ahmed Zidan, whom I had gone to sleep thinking about, kissing the body of his mother, Rim, who had walked for hours to bring food to her family and was shot in the head at the food distribution site. kissing his dead mother and crying, wishing that the earth would be gentle to her, that her grave would shine for her, crying and kissing. Hell is here. How can we go on? And I think it's not by chance that we see these identifications, and that the Zionist project is aiming actually to split the Mizrahi or the Arab Jews from their Arabic parts in order to avoid and to split this identification and to recruit the Mizrahi Jews. And unfortunately, it was a big success. So if the Nakba was done by Ashkenazi Jews, after 67, actually, the Mizrahi Jews could experience an upgrade in their social situation. They were in the colonialist, ladder that is the practice, in practical life in Israel, the reality. They were then the managers of the Palestinians. They were the people who were above them, like in every colonial society. They went then to the army. This process of killing the Arabic parts of them was so successful that now they are part of this, I would say also when we are talking about psychological structure, they are part of this mafia. They are now crime brothers in a patriarchic system indeed of the Ashkenazis, and the way out is very hard. And therefore, I think that the way out is also through Judaism, through this experience of living not as an omnipotent person who is above the others, but as someone who is, intertwined, that we are dependent on each other, no matter where we live, actually. And this is something that we have to knock or to dismantle in order to be able to live together and not to take part in the Zionist project.
Thank you, Iris. Very helpful in understanding. Our next speaker, Camille Levy-Sarfati, artist, an art curator, activist, and writer, and an educator. She chose to return to Algeria in 2000, to Tunisia, I did write Tunisia, in 2018 as an act of repair and resistance to both Zionism and French assimilation policies. She's been organizing and active with different collectives, Mizrahi collectives, including an anti-Zionist Arab Mizrahi collectives within the Jewish Transnational Network for Palestine and SWANA. She's a co-founder of the Tunisian collective Nesij, which aims to encourage the mobility of artists and art workers and strengthen solidarity in the South. Currently, her research focuses on contemporary uses of ritual as a tool for political struggle, and she's working on a documentary film about the experience of return, challenging colonial and ethno-nationalist narratives. Thank you, Camille.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Can you hear me? It's fine? Okay. I'm very grateful and honored to be among you, among this beautiful Congress. I'd like to thank very much the organizers and the persons who've been preparing the space, driving us, cooking for us, and cleaning over the past 2 days. Thank you for this. So we are actually maybe the 4 only Arab Jews in this Congress, and we've been gathered in the same panel, which is interesting. And we're definitely talking about identity politics. I'm sorry, Ronnie. So I'll be talking about return. And sorry, English is not my native language, so I apologize for my accent. So as she arrived in Tunis around 1948, my grandmother, Aziza, became Odette, a very old-fashioned classic French name to fit the colonial French acculturation policies toward the Jews in colonized Tunisia. With her family, she had left Gafsa, an oasis in the southwest of Tunisia, where they were from, to reach Tunis, the capital, in the north. She was then 13. The plan was to leave to occupied Palestine, to Israel, a newborn settler colonial state that had just been set up by Western-led legal international structures. European Zionist missionaries had been very active at the margins of Tunisia, geographical, social, economic margins to which my family belonged in Gafsa. Once in Tunis, the capital, the Jewish agency refused to take the whole family on board because they would only need working-age young people who would soon become a class of Mizrahi labor to exploit to build the ethnocratic Jewish state on the land of Palestine. So my family stayed in Tunis for nearly 10 more years in quite miserable conditions. This is where my grandmother met my grandfather, who was born in an Algerian family who had emigrated to Tunisia after the Crémieux decree, le décret Crémieux, at the end of the 19th century. So in 1957, 1 year after Tunisia's independence, the entire family left Tunisia. Did they decide to? What was their will, their agency? In a context of general fear and confusion, this is still a very ambivalent and unclear question. My family was dislocated, to borrow a term dear to Ella Shohat, who I recommend all of you to read, between Israel, Palestine, France, and Canada. My grandparents moved to the south of France, near Toulouse, with their children, and never went back. My mom was the first one to be born there in the south of France. I was born there, and Tunisia became an unspoken, forbidden, silent shadow when everything in the family was yet Tunisian. The food, the superstitions, the curses, the accent, the skin, everything but our mode of identification. My mom, indeed, would always say she's Italian rather than Tunisian, out of shame in a very racist, Eurocentric French society. The dislocation, the erasure, the shame was the result of French colonial dividing strategies in Tunisia, then of assimilationist policies towards immigrants in France. It was the result of both Jewish and Arab nationalisms that complemented and still complement each other in the process of making impossible the complex, multi-layered identification of Arab, Swana, or Amazigh Jews, and the list goes on. More than a century of domination of Zionist discourse, which my family was nurtured, and in which I was also raised, has long forbid us to even symbolically identify or embraced with cultural and geographical areas to which our lineages belonged for immemorial times. My grandmother does not only spit to ward off the evil eye. She would also spit when, as a teenager, I would always systematically ask her to take me to her country, Tunisia. Jamais, never. As if to express an inconsolable resentment. In 2018, despite my uncles calling me a traitor, I decided to return. I took a one-way flight, one-way trip to Tunis, determined to settle and reroute ourselves, in the family cradle against everyone's opinion. Our family owned nothing in Tunisia. Graves would be the only trace. I had heard vaguely at home that the Jewish cemeteries had been destroyed in the country. They used to say back home, they don't even respect our dead. And yet, when everyone thought it was gone, I found Jojo's grave. Jojo was my grandmother's favorite little brother. He had grown up in Gafsa, drowned and died in La Goulette neighborhood, where I live now. and had to be abandoned in the Bita Hayim, the house of the living, which is how Jews, the term Jews used for cemeteries, when the whole family left Tunisia. The old cemetery in Passage neighborhood was indeed destroyed by Bourguiba short after independence. But Jojo had been buried in a more recent and less central cemetery, the Borgel cemetery, that remained active, so to speak, until today. Once in Tunisia, I quickly met Henda, the wonderful guardian and conservator of the Jewish cemetery, born into a Muslim family from Tataouine in the south of Tunisia. She helped me find Jojo's grave that was very much shattered and broken by time, as she did for so many of us, the returnees. I had his stone repaired to repair the living. Through his grave, my family would perhaps mourn the loss of Tunisia and recover memory. I have been living in Tunisia for 7 years now. Return has been the most beautiful, powerful, meaningful, fulfilling experience that I wish all the children and grandchildren of displaced people will one day experience. So, of course, the early days of amazement have sometimes made space for difficulties, a few difficulties. But what could be more precious than feeling home for the first time? Let me clarify. Returning Tunisia has nothing to do for me with territory. It is rather a movement, a process towards reclaiming the landscape, reclaiming the language, reclaiming the gesture that were taken away from us. Returns means building community, developing a whole new web of solidarities, of thoughts, of understanding. It means absorbing and embracing narratives that have long been built in the West as those of the enemy. It means unraveling, deconstructing the racialization and ethnicization of religion through the very misleading categories of Jews and Arabs. Return has been a very intimate and emotional move, but it was above all a political decision. A conscious act of repair, of restoring a lost link, a conscious act of resistance to Zionism, understood as a machine of destruction, erasure, and dispossession of the Palestinians, first and foremost, to the most tragic and painful extent, of the Afro-Asian Jews and the multi-millennial Jewish-Muslim world that belonged to us. Return in no way means idealizing the pre-colonial and intercommunal relations. Jews in the region do have experienced marginalization and discrimination for centuries as a minority. Nevertheless, let's not forget that the genocide of the Jews was the work of Europe, which was quick to invent the myth of the Judeo-Christian civilization in the quick aftermath of the war, the Second World War, to wash away its sins, to rewrite history, and to designate Islam as a common enemy, as Sophie Bessis a Tunisian historian, brilliantly demonstrates in her last book. Nor should I fall in my turn into the trap of essentializing identities. I don't like the word so much. Identification is a continuous, moving, circumstantial process or even strategy. And return can be a step towards a liberated relation to the idea of identity, a way to regain power over narratives and to decide, what do I want to identify with or not, against all kinds of exogenous colonial assignments. To speak of Arab Jews is not to fix or simplify complex and multiple histories across the Jewish-Muslim world, but rather an attempt to challenge the arbitrary and artificial ethno-national categories traced by the French and English colonization, to reject the identity assignments carried by Zionism and consequently by Arab nationalism, which for too long have led us to believe that we must choose or give up one part of ourselves. What we are witnessing today, a continuous Nakba, a genocide against the Palestinian people in the name of Judaism, is the result of a collective failure. Our failure to produce stronger narratives, dreams, and perspectives than those offered to Jewish communities by Zionism over the past century. It is time for us all to imagine, I insist, to imagine a shared future that is truly liberated and emancipated from the Eurocentric nationalist paradigm. However, the Palestinian liberation movement is a national liberation movement. Having the privilege to think beyond nationhood first requires access to acknowledgement and sovereignty. On the contrary, for decades, Palestinian people have been systematically denied their very existence. As Jews, Palestinians are paving the way for us, and we have the duty to commit to their struggles through a position of humility, deep listening, and self-criticism. As Jews supporting the Palestinian liberation movement, it is our responsibility to dismantle the system of lies and propaganda long deployed by Zionism. We have strong tools for that. Art, storytelling, counter-mapping or counter-cartography, political education. In a time of censorship, family breakups, feeling of estrangement or excommunication, our intertwined liberation movements should serve as a political home for all of us. The diasporic thinking and thoughts of return could be a lead to new ways for political imagination. Reclaiming our rhizomatic, diasporic, sometimes opaque roots is not necessarily a matter of physical displacement. Return can also be a conceptual, symbolic, cultural, poetic, and critical tool for political struggle. A powerful way to counter the Zionist project of Kibbutz Galuyot, the gathering of exiles, and its conception of return embodied by the Israeli law of return that was passed in 1950, giving Jews the right to relocate and to acquire Israeli citizenship, to relocate in Palestine, of course. The very idea of return has long been misused by Zionist ideology as an attempt to justify morally, historically, and religiously the process of ethnic cleansing and colonization of Palestine. Let's reverse the wind directions. Return will remain a fundamental and non-negotiable right for Palestinians that we must collectively fight for. Thank you.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you very much. We are behind schedule, but we agreed that we give a short second term for any comments, but these will be short comments that our speakers want to respond. Okay, if you want to, okay. And then we will take one round of questions, and they will choose which question they want to answer from the questions that were asked, if that's okay.
רציתי קודם כל לברך את החברה שלנו, הטוניסאית. תברך אללה עליק.
begrüßt Sie auf Arabisch.
במדינות שלנו, במדינות האסלאם, היינו ברמה גבוהה, בהשכלה, באקדמיה ובתפקידים בתוך השלטון, במוזיקה ובכל התחומים שהיינו, ולא היינו צריכים להרוג אף אחד בכדי להגיע לעמדה הזו.
Reagiert auf eine der Sachen, die Iris gesagt hat. In unseren Gesellschaften, in den arabischen Ländern, waren wir in sehr hohen Positionen in der Politik und in den Wissenschaften und überall. Und wir mussten niemanden umbringen, um aufzusteigen.
יש 10 ממדינות אפריקה והאסלאם, יהודים, שקיבלו פרסים בינלאומיים, כולל פרס נובל לשלום, ופרס נובל לפיזיקה ומתמטיקה וכל אלה. 10. אני אביא לך את הנתונים, אביא לך את התמונות של האנשים. כן, לא לשלום, עוד לא.
Es gibt viele, er sagt 10, ich weiß nicht, jüdische Nobelpreisträger aus den arabischen Ländern.
ולא היו צריכים להרוג אף אחד.
Und die haben niemanden umbringen müssen dazu.
אני יכול להעיד על עצמי ועל החברים שלי שאנחנו קיבלנו את הדרגה הכי גבוהה בבתי הסוהר של מדינת ישראל, שלא רצחנו ולא עשינו כלום, נלחמנו על החיים שלנו ועל הזכויות שלנו.
Wir haben die höchsten Positionen in den israelischen Gefängnissen erhalten, ich und meine Brüder und Schwestern, ohne jemanden umzubringen, ohne irgendein Verbrechen zu begehen.
אם אנחנו רוצים לחסל את הציונות, אנחנו צריכים לבקש רק דבר אחד, לסיים את הכיבוש. סופית.
Wenn wir den Zionismus begraben wollen, dann müssen wir nur eines machen, die Okkupation besiegen.
לא מדינה אחת ולא 2 ולא 3. עם האנשים האלה לא חיים. הפרדה והפסקה של הכיבוש. טוטלית.
Es geht nicht um einen Staat, 2 Staaten. Mit diesen Menschen kann man nicht leben.
Okay, so we are going to take a few questions. It will be a short round. I see a very high hand here.
A very high hand. Once again, short and sweet and safe. Where was the high hand? There was the high hand. Nope.
High hand, short question. If you could elaborate on how do Mizrahi Jews in Israel, occupied Palestine, turned from feeling, empathy to their brothers and sisters from the Arab countries to suddenly being Zionists?
Yes, I have a theory, so I'll ask the question. The question is, Zionism has presented itself as socialism for a long time, right? I say that because somebody talked about socialism this morning and yesterday. And of course, El Shoat tried to build a bridge between the Mizrahi, their struggle, and the Palestinian struggle. And it didn't work, right? And one of the possible theories is that the Mizrahis develop an allergy to anything that had to do with socialism, with the left, because the left was the Ashkenazi establishment. Right.
No question?
No, this is a question.
Please, questions only. Thank you.
Gut, bitte eine Frage. Ich bin Kurde aus Syrien hallo? Ja. Ich bin Kurde aus Syrien und ich habe die Erfahrung gemacht. Ja, die Frage ist, erstens, warum die Juden aus Tunesien nach Israel gegangen sind und in Syrien hat die Situation der Juden in Syrien sich verändert ins Negative, nachdem sie aus Syrien eben ausgewandert sind oder auswandern mussten. Das waren die 2 Fragen, bitte.
Danke. Do not.
In a sense, this is continuing the point that Laurent was making. Do you think on the panel, whoever wants to reply to this, that there is a chance, any chance, of turning the Mizrahi Jews into the bridge that they should have been, but never were? Is there some hope there anywhere?
I will hold the mic, thank you so much. I will hold the mic.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just wanted to ask Tammy, I think that was your name, about speaking as an American Jew who's been also on a somewhat return journey to Europe and related a lot to diasporism as a concept. I wonder if this plays a role in your kind of conception of return, and what role that might be and what it might not be and why. Diasporism, the kind of idea of like the Bundes concept of diasporism, I would say.
Thank you so much.
Yes, my question to the whole panel would be, now that we see that we're at a very high qualitative point of Palestinian national liberation, what is the most effective means of, especially Mizrahi and Sephardim Israelis, to aid the Palestinian cause, to aid Palestinian national liberation, which in itself will liberate them from Zionism when it's hopefully done?
Thank you.
Yeah, this is just a small, maybe slightly peripheral question. Maybe I would direct it at Camille, because you were talking about the different layers of identity, also through the, what the Maghreb countries also experienced through French colonialism. And I'm sure you're familiar with the work of Ariel Azoulay and the way she decided to identify. I mean, it's been stressed how important the category of the Arab Jew is, and she made a sort of personal classification as a Muslim Jew, which of course sounds contradictory, but I think if one understands the frame of reference, it makes a lot of sense. And I was just curious whether you think that that's a useful kind of terminology.
Thank you first. I hope my question would be a good question. So we're talking about the concept of return, and especially to Arab and Muslim countries, and to reclaim Jewishness within those societies. But the thing is, I wonder, how do we do it in practice? Like in a physical form, like Ashkenazi Jews would have a lot of the time, they could get a passport, a European passport, and that kind of keeps the Arab Jews, citizens of Israel, kind of stuck, because they would then get, if they would get an extra passport, if they could, it will be a Portuguese one, and then it's again sending them to Europe, which they have nothing to look for there. So I wonder, with the whole geopolitics of it all, how do we confront that? Thank you.
Thank you.
So as an Egyptian, and I live in the region, I, for example, grew up with my grandmother's story. Me and Camille were talking about it, where she would tell me about the beauty of Egyptian Jews. We had Layla Murad, and it was a very beautiful thing that we had, and my grandmother would always tell me this was a European problem. We didn't have a problem. Only had my problem with my neighbor because she'd never returned the cake plate. That was my only issue with her. So it was very beautiful. So I still had that concept of my grandmother, but then I go off and I meet the Arab Jews, and it was very scary for me that they now turned into the most vicious type of Zionism. And it's sad because I want them back, for example, in Egypt, but I'm realistic. I understand that there are still Arabs who are still holding on to what we grew up with, al-musta'ribin, with, but he's a Mossad agent for Israel. So it needs to be a two-way thing as well, because as Kamina and I were talking, there is a mistrust. So how do you also address the Arabs who have now, the modern ones, the young ones, who have grown up with the idea of al-Mustaribin, which is very much a thing, with the Haganas, with the Mossads of the world. So how do we do that?
Do we have enough questions? Yes, I will bring your mic back. And please excuse me, I do not mean to be impolite, but I would not like to snatch the mic away from your hand. That is why I keep the mic in my hand. Thank you.
So I see there are more questions, and I'm sure that there are a lot of interesting things to say. But we will have one response from each, and you can choose what caught your attention and the question that you want to answer, one or more, everything, in one go. So I will start with Ruben. Any response that you want to make, and then we will move to...
הייתה פה שאלה, האם השמאל האשכנזי הפך את המזרחים לימנים?
Reagiert auf die Frage von diesem Herrn hier über die Identifikation der Aschkenasen mit der Linken, dem Sozialismus, was die arabischen Juden dann auf die rechte Seite geschlagen hat.
כמובן שהדיכוי של הפלסטינים ושל המזרחים נעשה על ידי השמאל והימין האשכנזי.
Die Unterdrückung der Palästinenser und der arabischen Juden war die Arbeit sowohl der linken wie der rechten Aschkenasen.
והגדול מכולם, שמעון פרס.
Und der schlimmste war Shimon Peres.
אז אני, אין לי שום התרגשות מאיזה שמאל בישראל.
Was sich links nennt in Israel, das geht mir am Arsch vorbei.
ושומעים בגיל 82 עד כמה אני עדיין כועס.
Und ich bin immer noch, auch als 82-Jähriger bin ich sehr wütend.
אם יש בגידה, זה לא הבגידה של הציונים, זה הבגידה של השמאל.
Wenn es einen Verrat gibt, dann ist es nicht der Verrat der Zionisten, sondern der Linken.
אז אני והפלסטינים אומרים, אם אין אני לי, מי לי?
Und wir und die Palästinenser sagen, wir müssen für uns selber sorgen.
ראובן, השאלה אם אתה חושב שיש סיכוי שהמזרחים בישראל באמת יהוו איזשהו חלק משינוי לחזרה להיות חלק מהעולם הערבי.
ועוד איך. אנשים, לא משנה כמה הוא יכול להיות ימני המזרחי, שיהיה עם הפשיסטים הכי גדולים. יש לו קצת שמחה בבית, הוא מתחיל לשיר בפקר פילינסיני, ובנסה לפקרני, ודור עלי ביעני, והיק. אין, הוא חוזר. אנחנו במרוקאית אומרים, עמר הסתה חמת מה כתנשש הזל כתף. רקדנית בטן אף פעם לא שוכחת להרים את הכתפיים. זה המזרחי. זה היהודי ממדינות האסלאם. תתן לו קצת שקט. ומה שאני אמרתי, להפסיק את הכיבוש, תן להם 10 דקות להיות לבד. הם הולכים לאנשים ששכחו אותם במרוקו.
Auch der schlimmste Faschist, wenn er ein arabischer Jude ist, gib ihm 10 Minuten Ruhe und er beginnt arabische Lieder zu singen und er erinnert sich an seine arabische Seele.
תודה. איריס?
שומעים? Okay. Ja, also I would like to say something to what you said, Rahma, because it's a kind of, it's a kind of common knowledge which is not really based on reality. That the worst are the Mizrahi Jews. As for what they do to the Palestinians, Ilan Pape said it yesterday also. Of course, what the Palestinians are seeing, on whom they are meeting, are the people in the checkpoints or Mizrahi people who were trained to go and to kill a Palestinian in the West Bank because they look alike. Behind them, there is the head of Shabak, or Mossad, or all the people in Israeli politics who are Ashkenazi, and they have nice suits, okay? And they want us to think that these are the worst people, but it's not different. And I think Mizrahis, you know, they are like every other person, so they became Zionist exactly like Orthodox Jews became Zionist. They were anti-Zionist, but if you live in a place, you become, whether you want it or not, you're becoming identified with this place. Because you live there, you speak the language, you're drinking the water, and you're eating the food, unless you do a conscious work against it. And this is not different for Mizrahis. Now, especially for Mizrahis, you know, it's not that they had the chance to go back to somewhere, but I think also that this concept of return, and this is what you said, it's not a concrete thing. There is no return in life. I know I'm a party pooper now, and there are many people who want the Jews to disappear from Palestine and to go back to the place where they came from. No one of us can go back to the place where we came from because it's not the same place. And also, you know, I'm a migrant in Berlin, and also, you know, many white Germans and Nazis, they want me also to come back, to go back to the place where I was before. I'm a migrant, and I think, and this is, I mean, the first migrant, Jewish migrant that came to Palestine were accepted as migrants. But if you're a migrant and you want to live with the other people, it's something else than if you're coming as a colonialist. So we all, I mean, many of us are migrants, especially, you know, Jews in the world, and we need a place where we can live in freedom and with the same rights, but not as a colonialist. So there is no real return in that sense. Also, you know, also the Jews that are Ashkenazi and they are coming back kind of, I mean, in Berlin or in Europe, I mean, Germany likes very much talk about the return of the Jews to Germany. And they are talking about it also if you're a Yemenite and your 4 grandparents are from Yemen, they are talking about the return of the Jews. No, there is no return, it's a migration. And migration has especially meanings, and I think we have to differentiate between this and the return that you're talking about, if I understood it correctly, which is also a state of mind of reclaiming our past and history, and it means returning to the place where we live together in peace.
Thank you. I want to take the liberty to add just the fact that, you know, in Israel, half of the population don't go to the army, are not drafted for all kinds of reasons. And many of the people who are not drafted, who are Mizrahi Jews because they are in a very low socio-economical situation, they have been in trouble with the law, they are not recruited. Many of them are not in the army, are not part of this killing machine. So the ones that you see as the worst, no, they're not the worst. They are just the ground soldiers. They are sent to the front. Yeah? So we need to be aware of this myth.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to answer a few things about Ariela Azouley's idea of Jewish Muslim, Muslim Jews. I can relate to any category identification that is countering the Zionist construction of oxymoric categories of Arabs and Jews. So I would not use it for myself, but maybe in a few years I will, because I also believe identities don't exist, identification exists, and it's a moving process. So I used to say I'm an indigenous Amazigh Jew, whatever. Like a few years later, I'm calling myself an Arab Jew. Maybe in a few years I will say I'm a Muslim Jew. Whatever is countering this categorization, ethnicization of our presences and existence is good to me, especially in the perspective of Ariela Azouley, if it answers your question. Rahma, I enjoyed our conversation in the morning, and we were talking about this mistrust thing that, of course, we are experiencing, and how do we answer it? Well, I guess through friendship, through community building, through actually creating networks and like deep relations, being there or traveling there. I mean, I decided to move there and to live there constantly, but many people are coming back and forth from France or from the US or from Spain, or coming to Tunisia, staying 2 months, living, coming back. I mean, there is a whole movement. I'm not alone in this. It's also a collective movement of reclaiming, and I do believe this is a possibility. It's a hope, like it's a hope to me that I don't identify as a Mizrahi, Chaim, to answer your question. So I would not use the idea of the hope of Mizrahim to build a bridge myself, because I'm not Israeli. I was never living there, so I don't identify myself as Mizrahi, but as non-European Jews, Swana Jews, Amazigh Jews, Arab Jews, Muslim Jews from other countries in the world. We have the possibility to create those connections within our societies, or within the societies we decide to return to and to reroute. So of course I have this hope. If not, I would have left Tunisia a long time ago already. I have this hope, and my experience of return is an experience that is full of hope and full of love and full of friendship. And I insist on this idea of friendship because this is what can lead us to a shared future. And I don't want to sound cheesy, like friendship doesn't mean not to acknowledge genocide, not to acknowledge the disaster that Jewish nationalism has done, of course, and French or English colonialism. I also believe that nostalgia and idealization is a political enemy. And I don't relate to those narratives of, oh, it was so beautiful and so harmonious and what happened and suddenly they left, because it's so many layers and so many factors that pulled and pushed the Jews from those places. And we have collectively to rewrite those narratives and acknowledge each one's responsibility in this massive displacement.
Camille, there was a question, why did they leave? I think you related to it, both of you, but if you can add one phrase or two, just to answer this technical.
Why did they leave?
Why did the Jewish population leave these countries?
First,
There was a
is
question.
not one situation. Like Iraq is very different from Morocco. Morocco is very different from Algeria or Libya. Like there are so many layers and factors and histories.
But there is a common line.
There was a common line, which is European colonialism that weaponized intercommunal fragilities or feelings of division or marginalizations that were used more deeply and more harmfully by Zionism and followed by, I'm sorry to say, by Arab nationalism also. That's how I feel.
Yeah. I think it's an important...
לפני שהתנועה הציונית בנתה את הרעיון שלה ואת החזון שלה על שקרים ועל קשר הדוק עם הגזענות האירופאית. בתחילת הציונות. לפני בכלל שהיו הבעיות מול הפלסטינים, עדיין כל האירופאים היו באירופה עדיין.
Noch bevor irgendein Konflikt entstanden ist mit der palästinensischen Bevölkerung in Palästina, hat der Zionismus seine Ideen auf den europäischen Rassismus aufgebaut.
אז נבנתה תוכנית של איך הם כובשים את המקום הזה שהם קראו לזה וילה בג'ונגל.
Und sie haben sich überlegt, wie können sie diesen Ort erobern, den sie die Villa im Dschungel genannt haben.
כאילו יש יער אין אנשים, יש אדמה אין אנשים, ואנחנו רוצים לבנות וילה במקום הזה, והם בתוכנית הזו שלהם, הם חושבים מי יבנה להם את הווילה? ואז הם חושבים על היהודים במדינות האסלאם.
Und sie wollten sich eine Villa in diesem Dschungel bauen, aber jemand muss diese Villa bauen. Und dazu haben sie die Juden aus den arabischen Ländern gebracht.
והם צעד אחר הגודל, התקדמו ועשו את זה. באה מלחמת העולם השנייה ונתנה להם פרס נוסף אחרי ההולוקוסט בגרמניה, שכל הפושעים, כל מדינות אירופה הפושעת האלה, אמרו, אנחנו צריכים את הזבל הזה פה, בואו נזרוק אותם לארץ ישראל. יאללה, לארץ ישראל. שלחו את כל המנהיגות הציונית, עם כל הרעיון שלהם, לתוך המזרח התיכון.
Nach dem Zweiten Weltkrieg hat die zionistische Bewegung noch einen weiteren Preis erhalten, in dem ganz Europa gesagt hat, wir brauchen diese ganze Scheiße nicht, wir werfen sie nach Palästina.
וככה התחילו לאט לאט להכניס סוסים טרויאנים, כלומר עבריינים מתוך המדינה, מתוך המדינות בעיראק, בסוריה, במרוקו, בכל המקומות האלה, שיעשו, איך אומרים לזה, איך אומרים, להדליק אש.
Sie haben Verbrecher rekrutiert in all diesen Ländern, im Irak, in Marokko, überall.
ואני אתן שתי דוגמאות אחר כך. דוגמה אחת בעיראק, הם הצליחו להקים שם מחתרות יהודיות, לסכסך בין הערבים, וכפי שאמרתי קודם, הם היו ברמה גבוהה שם ברדיו, בטלוויזיה, בפרלמנט, הכל, ושם הצליחו, איך אומרים, את הצעירים, להפעיל אותם מול הקשישים, מול המבוגרים.
Das bekannteste Beispiel ist der Irak, auch das erstaunlichste, weil eben die irakischen Juden in allerhöchsten Positionen im Staat gewesen sind. Und sie haben es tatsächlich, die Zionisten, geschafft, die junge Generation gegen die etablierte Schicht aufzuwiegeln.
השיא היה שהם ארגנו את הפרהוד. את הפרהוד, שלקחו עבריינים מתוך עיראק, אנשים מתוך הקבוצות העברייניות שקיבלו כסף, כולל שוטרים שקיבלו כסף, כולל חיילים שקיבלו כסף, ועשו איזה מיני פורענות. לא כמו בפולין וזה, מיני פורענות שקוראים לזה פרהוד.
Und sie haben den Farhud organisiert, das war der Pogrom im Irak.
במרוקו הם לא הצליחו. יש סופר, איש ביטחון, שכתב את הספר, קוראים לו סגב.
תום סגב?
תום סגב, שכתב ספר על העלייה היהודית ממרוקו. ושם המוסד ניסה במשך 5 שנים לעשות את אותה פעולה שעשה בעיראק ונכשל.
Und der Mossad hat dasselbe in Marokko versucht, 5 Jahre lang vergeblich.
לכן ב-1950 יצאו מעיראק, ב-1950 יצאו 220,000 יהודים מעיראק.
Nach dieser Aktion im Irak
שחתמו שהם מוותרים על הרכוש שלהם, מוותרים על הכל.
haben 220.000 Juden Irak verlassen.
מתימן 70,000 יהודים עזבו את תימן ובאו.
Aus Jemen 70.000.
וממרוקו רק 18,000 איש.
Und aus Marokko nur 18.000.
עד 64.
Bis 1964.
של האירוע של נאסר שבא למרוקו והתחיל שם להלהיב את זה, ואז האנשים נכנסו לחרדה ויצאו משם. הם לא היו עוזבים את מרוקו לעולם. אני כתבתי הרבה על זה. אני יהודי מרוקאי. שבאתי מרצוני הטוב, כן? והבית שלי זה מרוקו. מרוקו, אף אחד לא ייקח אותה ממני, היא פה אצלי בלב. וככה היא בלב של כולנו, כל האנשים האלה. מרוקו אף פעם לא פגע בנו.
Ich bin marokkanischer Jude und niemand wird mir Marokko wegnehmen. Marokko hat mir nie jemals etwas Leid getan.
Okay. Okay. As for the question, why did they leave? I mean, we have to remember we are talking about a colonialist world in which the French are living, for example, the Maghreb, and the Jews were placed in this colonial world above the Muslims. They were the people who had the bureaucracy. In Tunisia, they got sometimes also French passports in contrast to the Muslims. So they were afraid, like in every colonialist structure, like it could be also, it was the case also in Vietnam, that after the colonial power is leaving, that they will be damaged. In addition, this liberation of the colonial, the Maghreb was done with Arab nationalism, and it was also a threat for them, especially when there was a nationalism in Israel, and they were torn in the loyalty between these two communities with a lot of propaganda. And we have to remember the Zionist movement is a movement that moved millions of people around the globe. So there were Zionist agents that were very active in many communities, and they were just dismantling these communities. And Judaism is a religion that you need a community to practice it. So when the whole community is living one after the other, you're also living. So altogether that caused these big movements. In some places they were forced, like in Iraq, or in Morocco sometimes their children were kidnapped by the Mossad and they have to follow the children. Yeah. And another question is for socialism. Socialism in the Zionist movement was always socialism for Ashkenazis. So it was an Ashkenazi kibbutz, and next to it there was, for example, in Sderot, which is a place where Moroccan people lived, they worked in the factory, in the meat industry, for example, like in South Africa. This is like in Apartheid, and they were dependent upon this labor of the Mizrahi people. It was never a socialism in that sense that everybody has the same rights.
Thank you, Ruben Avergil. Thank you, Camille, Levi Sarfati. Thank you, Iris Hefetz and Uri Shani for the translation. And thank you for the audience for your patience. We will be back. It's a 10-minute break. At 12:30, we are back and starting the next session. Thank you. Hello. It's 12:30. It's past 12:30. Can we please go back to the seats so we can continue? Go outside, or you need to sit down. No. I'm just rude. I'm not German. I'm just rude. Yeah, I asked him to. Is your microphone working also?
Hallo? Bitte alle die Plätze einnehmen.
Please take your seats. Bitte nehmen Sie Ihr Platz.
For some reason, she wants the two devils sitting right together.
Okay. Wir fangen jetzt an. We are beginning with our next session. And I would like to ask you all to take your seats as soon as possible. Okay, wir fangen an. We are starting our next session, who is going to deal with reclaiming anti-fascism and fighting the instrumentalization of anti-Semitism. It's a very actual talk and panel, and for that we are happy that we have here as a moderator Stefan Kraft. He is a publisher of the Promedia Verlag. This publishing house, Promedia, maybe some of you get his mails also. If not, we can highly recommend it. On the same panel, we have Wieland Hoban, who was here also yesterday. He is an author, a composer, and a translator from English to German or German to English, both direction. He's a multi-talent. And the chairperson of the Jewish Voice for Peace, for Just Peace in the Middle East, in Germany. Next to him sits Tony Greenstein. He is also an author, an historian. His book is there, and you can also purchase it. He's coming to us from Brighton, and he's very active for a long time in England in the pro-Palestinian and anti-Zionist movement. And then we have here Stefan Kapos. As I told him, I think many of you know him because in the category of social media prominent person who's older than 70, I think you're leading the first place. He's a Holocaust survivor that was born in Budapest, and he's active also in the pro-Palestinian and anti-genocide movement. We meet you many times, or we see you in social media, and it is very touching and honorable to have you all here. And Willy, you're also speaking here? Willy Langthaler kommt aus Wien. He's coming from Vienna, and he's also a long time member in the pro-Palestine movement, and he's part of also of the organization of this Congress and of the Palestine Congress last year here in Vienna. So, please, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Iris. Nur eine ganz kurze Durchsage, weil ich darum gebeten worden bin, falls Schweizer hier sind und sich miteinander vernetzen wollen, dann sollen sie sich bitte vorn beim Empfang melden. Yes, hello everybody, my name is Stefan Kraft. I'm a publisher from here in Vienna. My publishing house is called Promedia Verlag. We've published numerous books on Palestine, including authors such as Moshe Zuckerman or Noam Chomsky, or Racha Shehadeh. And the latest book, which was published about 2 months ago, is called Genocide in Gaza, Völkermord in Gaza, by Helga Baumgarten and Norman Paech, and you can see some of the copies over there. The panel is called Reclaiming Anti-Fascism and Fighting the Instrumentalization of Anti-Semitism. In the 20th century, the world experienced misery, exploitation, war, and mass murder, especially under fascism and its most extreme form, National Socialism. In response, anti-fascism rose to defend the equality of all people and to resist racism, anti-Semitism, and imperialist exploitation. I guess it's quite obvious that all of us here in this room are anti-fascists, and the people on this panel have been active in anti-fascist work for decades. But today, the Western states, the Western forces, and especially its mainstream media are suppressing the solidarity movement with Palestine as anti-Semitic or fascist, and thereby perverting the anti-fascist legacy. Any action, any protest, especially in Austria and Germany, against Israel is branded as anti-Semitic. So, this panel will focus on the struggle against this instrumentalization and the necessary steps to reclaim anti-fascism. I welcome all participants on the panel. I will introduce them one by one and ask them for their contribution on the topic. And we will start with Stephen Kapos, who was born in Budapest in 1937. He's an activist, a retired architect, and a Holocaust survivor. 15 members of his family were perished in the concentration camps. And as a young boy, he was separated from his Jewish parents in Budapest. He was hidden in children's homes under false papers, and he lived in constant danger of being discovered by Hungarian fascists. Stephen lives in England, and he has been an activist for Palestinian human rights for many, many years, and he's also an active member of the Camden branch of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. Stephen, please, your statement.
Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. It's an honor to join this fight back against Zionism. As we are discussing the dangers of the revival of fascism, I would like to honor the memory of a victim of World War II fascism, of the eminent Hungarian Jewish poet Miklós Radnóti. He was called up into a Jewish slave labor battalion attached to the Hungarian and German armies, where he was bullied and abused, used to dig trenches and clear minefields, and subjected to repeated death marches from Serbia across the country, finally reaching the Austrian border, where he was shot by the guards. He was thrown into a mass grave, but exhumed after liberation. His last blood-stained poems were found in his pocket. And one of them, by the title Fragment, is a warning against the inhumanity of full-blown fascism. And I would like to read the poem. In such an age I dwelt on earth, when men had fallen so beneath their nature that they, unbidden, for their lust would kill, and foaming stagger in the tangles of confusion, possessed by tainted creeds, bewildered by delusion. In such an age I dwelt on earth, when spies were honored, and the murderer, the traitor, and the thief were held as heroes. But he whose zeal, it seemed, lacked voice and violence would be abhorred as if he bore a pestilence. In such an age I dwelt on earth, when he who would protest perforce must hide and gnaw his fist in bitterness and shame. That nation in its madness laughed and thought it good to taste such fatal horrors, drunk with filth and blood. In such an age I dwelt on earth, when to the child the mother was accursed. The woman who miscarried would rejoice. The live man envied the entombed and wormy dead, while on his table poison thickened, foamed and spread. In such an age I dwelt on earth, when a dumb poet must wait and hold his peace, hope for the day when he might find a voice, for none could here pronounce the dark, demanded words but Isaiah, master of the fitting curse. Translated by Susanna Oswald and Frederick Turner. Full-blown fascism doesn't just drop out of the blue sky. It's a process, a journey of many incremental steps. In Hungary, it started with a piece of non-violent but racist legislation, the so-called numerus clausus, capping the number of Jews allowed university entries. The first anti-Semitic racist law enacted in Europe in the 1920s, beating Mussolini to it. In further invoking the ultimate horrors of fascism, I would like to honor and keep alive by repetition, if need be, the traumatic story of my school friend, Juri Ligetis. It was November, December 1944, and Juri and his mother were caught in a street raid of a marauding gang of fascist so-called Arrow Cross, the Hungarian Fascist Party. They were taken to a high section of the Danube embankment, lined up, and shot into the river. Juri was holding his mother's hand, but his mother died and sank into the river, while Juri was only shot in the arm, and the powerful current took him downstream, where he managed to scramble out and survive, but traumatized for life. The journey of many incremental steps of full-blown fascism, repeated and accelerated anti-Semitic legislations followed the Wehrmacht's invasion of its no longer reliable ally Hungary. That was in March 1944. Decreed were Jews to wear a yellow star, Jews to live in designated yellow star-marked houses in a virtual archipelago of ghettos, Jews who converted to Christian churches to lose any protection which applied until then. Jews may not have ownership or any leading role in commercial companies. Jews may not use public transport even. At each of these humiliating steps, there was hardly any public resistance. The overwhelming majority of the unaffected population was kept ignorant or looked the other way. Post-World War II, in my old country, and in most others, there was no full confrontation of guilt about the Holocaust. But following the years of relative prosperity and long lull, anti-Semitism reappeared, instrumentalized in a cynical and vicious manner, first, in my experience, inside the Labour Party, in the form of a weaponized tool of factional fighting against Jeremy Corbyn and the broad left. Almost always, accusations, claims, were clearly false. in a debate at a large meeting of my Labour Party constituency, which was happening back in 2017, it fell to me to propose a motion that no significant anti-Semitism could be found in any greater extent than in our constituency, than in the wider country in any sizable proportion. I had to follow our then MP, still our MP, Keir Starmer, who spoke for drastic uprooting of this largely non-existent anti-Semitism. I added that as a survivor of the Holocaust, I was a fairly well-sensitized detector. He was clearly wrong, and we won the vote. It was still possible then. But it was the last such win for the left in our local Labour Party, and anti-Semitism became the weapon of choice in the suppression of criticism of the genocide in Gaza. On occasions like in January 18 this year, the function of government-inspired police suppression combined with false claims of anti-Semitism, claimed protection of the Jewish population to form a total instrument of control. Which takes us back to the step-by-step resistance to halt the direction of travel towards full-blown fascism. Against any such increased provocative step, we must respond with demonstrations of increased frequency and ever larger numbers, marching until the sheer force of numbers and its grave electoral consequences finally prevail. Not in our name. Free Palestine. Thank you.
Stephen, thank you very much for coming here and for your statement. We'll turn to our next guest on the panel, Tony Greenstein. He was born in London in 1953, and he comes from a Jewish Orthodox family. His father was a rabbi and witnessed the so-called Battle of Cable Street in 1936 when British fascists tried to march through the London East End. Tony is a Jewish anti-Zionist activist, and he's the founding member of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and Jews for Boycotting Israeli Goods. His latest book is called Zionism During the Holocaust, the Instrumentalization of Memory in the Service of State and Nation. And Tony is also an active trade unionist in his hometown, Brighton. Please give us your speech. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Can I first start with an exercise with the audience? Can anyone who has not been called an anti-Semite or a self-hater please put your hand up? I'm pleased to see one person. I think you have to examine your conscience, sir. Because anyone who hasn't been called an anti-Semite clearly isn't doing enough for the struggle. Because that is the world of lies, the Orwellian dystopian world that we live in, where to support the Palestinians, to oppose genocide, and to oppose Zionism, which gives birth to ethnic cleansing and genocide, makes you an anti-Semite. So today, being an anti-Semite is also to be an anti-racist, I'm afraid, in the parlance that we live in. But we should bear in mind that although most people today still think of Zionism and being Jewish as one and the same, of course, Christian Zionism predated Jewish Zionism
by 4 centuries. It was the product, the idea of the return of Jews to Palestine was the product of the Reformation and the Renaissance. And it was the anti-Semites, above all, who believed that Jews did not belong in Europe. Wilhelm Marr was the most famous example, and that Jews were really Semitic and not of good European stock. For example, Zionism was forced on the Jews by the non-Jews. This is something which is often forgotten. I give the example, for example, when Lord Palmerston and the Earl Shaftesbury approached the border deputies between 1840 and 1842 to get them to issue a statement supporting the idea of a Jewish return to Palestine. And they refused. They said they wanted no part of it because the fight of Jews here was for emancipation, for the right to vote, for the right to stand for parliament, to have the same rights as non-Jews. And if they were to say and to admit that they were a different nation, an alien nation, then of course they would be relinquishing those rights. And the Earl Shaftesbury, for example, opposed Jewish emancipation, which came in Britain in 1858, and in Germany in 1871, and in France, I think it was 1791. So that was the Jews. And in Germany, when Hitler came to power, barely 2% of the Jewish people were paid-up Zionists. And people forget that Zionism was in a minority everywhere in Europe before the Holocaust. And it can be said that I was quoted in the Jewish Chronicle about 5 years ago. I was at a Palestine Expo conference. I was just asked to comment really in a workshop. And I came out with it. It wasn't pre-planned or anything. I said, Israel was Hitler's bastard offspring. And the Jewish Chronicle, of course, ran this a front page, you know, notorious anti-Zionist says it again, and so on. But today, as we look at Gaza and what is happening in Gaza and the exterminationist mentality in Israel, for example, Elad Barashi, a well-known television producer in Israel, calls for the installation of gas chambers in Gaza. A poll by the Pennsylvania State University only last week found that 47% of Israelis wanted to kill every single Palestinian in Gaza. So an exterminationist mentality takes over Israel, and it was actually higher than 47% because most respondents said that 60% odd said that Amalek, the ancient biblical myth, was still relevant today. So we have the irony in Israel that they commemorate the Holocaust 3 times a year, but they don't understand, or they have this cognitive dissonance that they want to exterminate the Palestinians, and that is really what Israel has become today. And yet we have what I would call an anti-Semitism official imperialist mentality. It is the ideology of our ruling classes, opposition to anti-Semitism. And even Donald Trump, who believes that all Mexicans are racist, the African countries are shithole countries, that he doesn't want anyone coming into America from Muslim countries, who attacks the Black Lives Matter movement. But when it comes to anti-Semitism, Donald Trump is with them. He's threatening to freeze the funds of American universities because of the terrible injustices done to Jewish students, Jewish Zionist students, of course, on campus. And it's not difficult, really, to see through this utter hypocrisy, this concern for Jews. If you think of some of the friends of Jews or Zionists today, Geert Wilders, Viktor Orban, our own Tommy Robinson and others, where would they have been 90 years ago when the Jews were being rounded up? Well, I know where Geert Wilders would have been. He would have been in the Dutch Fascist Party, the Dutch Nazi Party, the NSB. So today's defenders of Zionists 90 or 100 years ago would certainly not have been on the side of the Jews who are trying to escape the dragnets. And the question we have to ask ourselves is why why has anti-Semitism become so potent? Why are Jews today the moral alibi for imperialism and what it does in the Middle East? Because where I disagreed with Garda yesterday is, I know that Jews have a moral responsibility to speak out, but the idea that Jews are somehow responsible for what Israel is doing or what imperialism is doing is a myth. Zionism was always a non-Jewish movement, but they've co-opted Jews in order to provide themselves with that alibi. And one of the main reasons for why the very mention of the word anti-Semitism is so potent is because of the Holocaust, the extermination of 6 million Jews. Of course, they forget the Roma, they forget the disabled, they forget the gay, they forget the Russians, and all the other people, including 2 to 3 million Poles, incidentally. When the Nazis invaded Poland, they put into Operation Tannenberg, which was to destroy the Polish intelligentsia. More Jews died because they were members of the Polish intelligentsia than because they were Jewish between 1939 and 1941. People forget all this. But I think also, and this is why I wrote the book Zionism During the Holocaust, people forget what the Zionist record was during the Holocaust. If you To judge by what they say today, you would think the Zionists were obsessed with stopping the Holocaust or rescuing people during the Holocaust, but you couldn't be more wrong. The Zionists fought tooth and nail to stop anyone escaping from Europe if the destination was not Palestine. Stephen Weiss, the leader of the American Zionists, turned down the offer of thousands of places in Alaska, which was not subject to US immigration controls, unlike the rest of the United States. Why? Because it was too cold. The ovens of Auschwitz were, of course, much warmer. And they also forget what the Zionist attitude to the Nazis was. And I'll read from a letter that the Zionist Federation wrote to Hitler on the 21st of June 1933. They said, the activity of they said, on the foundation of the new state, which has established a principle of race, fruitful activity for the fatherland is possible. Our acknowledgement of Jewish nationality provides for a clear and sincere relationship to the German people and its national and racial realities. Precisely because we don't wish to falsify these fundamentals, because we too are against mixed marriage and are for maintaining the purity of the Jewish group. The realization of Zionism could only be hurt by resentment of Jews abroad against the German development. Boycott propaganda is essentially un-Zionist. And that was right, absolutely right. The only Jewish group to welcome the Nazis to power was the leadership of the Zionist movement. And that is forgotten today. And it was reciprocated. For instance, on the 28th of January 1935, Reinhard Heydrich, the engineer of the final solution, wrote, the activity of the Zionist-oriented youth organizations that are engaged in the occupational restructuring of the Jews lies in the interest of the National Socialist state leadership. These organizations are not to be treated with that strictness that is necessary to apply to members of the so-called German Jewish organizations, brackets, assimilationists. And the paper of the SS in May 35, Schwarzkopf, wrote, the Zionists adhere to a strict racial position, and by emigrating to Palestine, they are helping to build their own Jewish state. The assimilation-minded Jews deny their race and insist on their loyalty to Germany or claim to be Christians, because you had the phenomena of Christian Jews. In other words, you were baptized. Your parents might have been baptized, but nonetheless, racially, you were still Jewish. That was a phenomena of the Nazis. And insist on their loyalty to Germany or claim to be Christians because they have been baptized in order to subvert National Socialist principles. And there was a kind of love affair between the Nazis and the Zionists. I mean, I don't have time to go into it, but I'll give you a couple of quotes. Burl Katznelson, who was an effective deputy to David Ben-Gurion, who was the first prime minister and the most prominent figure in Zionist history, certainly pre-state Zionism. Burl Katznelson, a founder of Mapai, the Israeli Labour Party, an editor of its paper, Davar, saw the rise of Hitler as, quote, an opportunity to build and flourish like none we have ever had or ever will have. And that's quoted in Tom Segev's The Seventh Million and Francis Nicasier's Zionism and National Socialism. Zionism and Anti-Semitism and National Socialism. Ben-Gurion was even more optimistic. He said, quote, the Nazis' victory would become a fertile force for Zionism, because in times of peace, Zionism was not adopted by the Jewish people. It was only in time of war, only in time of conflict, only in the times when Jews were being expelled that Zionism came into its own. And during the whole period of the Holocaust, when the Zionists were not actually denying there was a Holocaust, they had one goal and one goal only, and that was to build a Jewish state. And we have this very famous quotation from Ben-Gurion, which is in his own official biography, that given the choice between saving half Germany's Jewish children in Palestine or all of them in England, he'd prefer to have them, half of them sacrificed but go to Palestine. That was in the context of the Kinder transport, which Britain agreed to 10,000 German Jewish children being admitted after Kristallnacht in November 1938. And Rabbi Joachim Prinz, who was one of the major leaders of German Zionism, confessed it was morally disturbing to seem to be considered as the favoured children of the Nazi government, particularly when it dissolved the anti-Zionist youth groups and seemed in other ways to prefer the Zionists. The Nazis asked for a more Zionist behaviour. And I want to finish really with the last person I'm quoting. He was the editor of the Zionist paper Die Welt between 1909 and 1911 and was a co-founder of the Encyclopedia Judaica. I refer to someone called Jacob Klatskin, who was well known for speaking it as it was. He didn't have any, if you like, vague and obscure formulations. When he said, if we do not admit the rightfulness of anti-Semitism, we deny the rightfulness of our own nationalism. Instead of establishing societies for defense against the anti-Semites who want to reduce our rights, we should establish societies for the defense against our friends who want to defend our rights. And that is the reality of Zionism. They may attack people as anti-Semites, but from the days of Herzl onwards, Zionism has always welcomed anti-Semitism. It was Theodor Herzl, the founder of political Zionism, who said that anti-Semitism has something of the divine will to good in it. And he wrote in his diaries that the anti-Semites will be our most dependable friends, the anti-Semitic countries our allies. And when we look around the world today, who are the friends of Zionism? They are the worst racists. And it is not surprising that now it's embarked on genocide in Gaza, those very same people are supporting them to the hilt. So thank you very much for listening to me. I say my book is on sale, but there aren't many copies left, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony Greenstein. Is this on? No. Hello? Thank you, Tony Greenstein. We now come to Wieland Hoban. He was born in London in 1978. He's a composer, an author, an academic translator in the fields of philosophy, of art, music, and literature. And his translations include the philosophers Theodor Adorno and Walter Benjamin into English. He's also the chairman of the Jewish Voice for Just Peace, which he also represents in the umbrella organizations European Jews for Palestine and global Jews for Palestine. And his latest book is called German Apartheid Politics. Please, Wieland, give us your speech.
So, I'm afraid that, like yesterday, I'll be talking specifically about Germany. And while that might not seem quite the most pressing issue in the global context, I think that the significance of Germany in the entire history that has led us to this point should be fairly clear. And we should never forget that not only that Germany carried out the Holocaust, but also that the Holocaust triggered the Nakba, that the Nakba could not have happened without the many thousands of Jews who came to Palestine, not out of any ideological commitment to Zionism. As has been pointed out many times, Zionism was a minority ideology. And we also shouldn't forget the responsibility of other Western countries who closed their doors to Jewish refugees who didn't want to go to Palestine, but wanted to go to Britain or America or elsewhere, and that they were also ultimately complicit in what happened in Palestine, which could not have happened without that influx of refugees. Now, it's very common to talk about the instrumentalization or weaponization of anti-Semitism. It's, of course, something that anyone who is active in the solidarity movement encounters and faces, and it's come to make little difference whether one is Jewish or not. And I want to talk a bit about the way that not only is anti-Semitism misused, it's actually been transformed into something else. The meaning has been changed. And I think nowhere is this truer than in Germany, because it shows very clearly that the kind of identification with Israel, with Zionism, which in Germany has a very specific identity-washing function, that this ultimately has nothing to do with the question of genuine Jewish identity. And as Tony pointed out, Christian Zionism was always a driving force of the Western backing for Zionism. Arthur Balfour, David Lloyd George, and of course the people centuries before that were Christian Zionists, and without their support, the Jewish Zionists could never have formed a state. And in Germany, we have a situation where Jewish identity has become so linked to Zionism. That's, of course, not unique. We see that all over the world. But also where this identity washing, this philo-Semitic form of anti-Semitism with an apparent glorification of Jewishness, that this has actually reached the point where Jews themselves are almost marginal to the project of German Zionism, and where, because Zionism is associated so strongly with Judaism, that non-Jews actually become the new Jews, and that after failing to exterminate all of us physically, that actually Germans are now, in a way, taking over, occupying and erasing our identity, which is a less obvious but very pernicious form of violence. And one example of this was a comment made a few months ago by Berlin's chief of police, Barbara Slowik. She said at a press conference regarding Palestine demonstrations mostly, she said that the highest level of anti-Semitic violence is directed at the police. Right, it's a laughable statement. Now, in any normal reality and any normal use of language, anti-Semitic violence is violence against Jews. I don't have to explain that, of course. But when the Palestine cause is by definition anti-Semitic, then anyone who is accused of committing violence in the name of the Palestine cause, and I should add that 90% or more of violence at Palestine demonstrations comes from the police, or 95%, if not more. So that was a lie anyway, but in a sense, it was a very revealing and one could actually say honest statement, because this is what anti-Semitism has come to mean. And so, of course, any attack on the police, if it did occur in the context of Palestine activism, would be anti-Semitic. And I think one has to understand that, really, if one is living and operating in Germany, especially if one is Jewish and one wants to incorporate one's Jewish identity into one's activism. And something that's cropped up a few times is the role of anti-Zionist Jews within the Palestine liberation movement, like how important that aspect is, whether this is ultimately a Jewish conversation to be had between Zionist Jews and anti-Zionist Jews, or what Katie mentioned yesterday, that there's always the danger while trying to use one's Jewish identity strategically, that one must never be talking over Palestinians, because of course our foremost principle is solidarity with them and fighting together with them. But I would say, in a context such as the German context, that there is another aspect, because actually, at the same time, of course, there's always standing with Palestinians, emphasizing a Jewish anti-Zionism, or even just a rejection of the dominant Zionist narrative, is also a way of fighting state racism. Because the same state that is, in a way, trying to co-opt and take over Jewishness for moral legitimacy is using this very transparently against racialized parts of the population, of course mostly Muslims, Arabs, and migrants associated with them. And I mean, this has been very clear in some of the parliamentary resolutions also that I alluded to yesterday, one that was passed in November with the title "Never Again Is Now," practically launched its argumentation with the 7th of October and with the danger coming from the Arab and Muslim population. So, anti-Semitism, you could almost think that in Germany, anti-Semitism only came about on the 7th of October. And the Germans have managed, in that sense, to shift the blame very much to the Palestinians and the Arabs. They are now the anti-Semites, and the Germans, who are now almost in this Zionist frame of reference, becoming more Jewish than the Jews, they lose their perpetrator role, despite at the same time, I mean, there are many contradictions and complexities in this. At the same time, when it suits them, they invoke the perpetrator role. For example, saying, we have this responsibility, therefore we have to sell, 500 million euros of arms to Israel. And also, because we committed the worst crime of all times in the universe, because there was never any other genocide in history, because of that, we are the ultimate experts on genocide. So we can say, no, there is no genocide, and if you disagree, then you're anti-Semitic. And another thing one can observe in Germany, which is not unique, but as part of this cocktail of manipulation and racism and genuine anti-Semitism, I mean, I find the idea of Jewish identity being erased by racist Germans extremely anti-Semitic. Here we also see, again, the appearance of something familiar from other contexts, such as the French colonial context in North Africa, where it was mentioned before, how in, for example, Algeria, Algerian Jews could have French citizenship, that they were a level above the Muslims, but beneath the Europeans. And throughout history, there have been, of course, it's something that we're familiar with, I think, this in-between position of Jews that could be moved either way, as a kind of, one could point to them as an elite, or one could point to them as communists, and they could benefit from the hierarchy some of the time, and then lose very badly some of the time as well. And in post-reunification Germany, there was a plan that was conceived by politicians, and it's something that a German scholar, Hannah Zuberi, has referred to as reforestation of Jews. And I find that an appropriately non-human metaphor, because I guess one could almost compare it to the Zionist 1 million plan, as it was called, to import Arab Jews, because part of Germany being civilized and, well, making Germany great again, which was very much part of the project of reunification, was to revive some of the heyday of German liberal Judaism, which of course had been practically wiped out. And in addition to this, shall we say, nostalgic and identity reviving project, it also had another aspect, namely to be a counterbalance to the significant amount of migration from the Muslim world. At that time it was Turkey primarily. After that, of course, there has been also a lot of migration from Arab countries. And so there already, I mean, it's actually, it's not surprising perhaps, but it's still remarkable how almost every aspect of the German state's approach to Jews exhibits racism, that it uses us against the others, while at the same time we're still their others. And I mean, if or when, I don't sound pessimistic, to me it's when rather than if, the far-right AfD comes into the government. You know, at the moment they like to present themselves some of the time as the great warriors against anti-Semitism. So we have their politicians applauding the repressive measures against the Palestine movement, of course, saying, you know, we have to deport all these anti-Semites. But I think we all know that if they get into power, then they won't only be looking at the Muslims, because they are fascists, and white fascists do not like Jews either. And perhaps just, I guess, closing, I'd like to connect that also to what Ira said in the previous panel about a kind of minority identity. And I think it's very important for us to assert that against the hegemonic racism of the mainstream, whether in Germany or America, and also to hold on to that as a source of solidarity with these far more violently racialized populations, Muslims, Arabs, and others. So as a source of solidarity and also as a source of militance, not to push ourselves into the foreground, but to use who we are and to show how the approach to who we are is part and parcel of the racism towards many others. Thank you.
Thank you, Wieland. I'd like to introduce the last guest on the podium, Willy Langthaler. He's one of the organizers of this Congress. He was born in Graz in 1969. He studied philosophy and trained as an electrical engineer, and he's also the co-founder of Palestine Solidarity Austria, PSÖ, and member of Stop World War III International Peace Initiative, and an activist for a more just world order. Please, Willi.
Everybody of us see this genocide, and we take to the street, and we believe it's completely normal, and any normal human being needs to be on the street. It's very obvious, but it's not the case, and it's a reason for this, because imperialism and colonialism is camouflaged, and the main camouflage is anti-fascism. It's the use of Holocaust and anti-fascism. Those people, Zionists, pose as anti-fascists, and our elites as well pose as anti-fascists. And we need to understand this problem. This is a huge political problem, and our task is it to dismantle this camouflage, to show that it's wrong, that it's flawed. And this is not such an easy task, because in official and also leftist anti-fascism, they penetrated a real deep error, a flaw. And Wieland spoke a little bit about this. First, our elites, they refused any guilt. No, they said, we are not responsible, blah, blah, blah. But then, with the end of the Soviet Union, they took an intelligent turn. They said, no, we are all guilty. The entire people is guilty, in order to cover the responsibility of the economic and political elites. This was a very intelligent operation, and most of the left adopted this operation. And in this, there's a deep hatred against the popular masses. No? Because ultimately, it's the popular masses who brought fascism, not the elites. This is the message they want to pass on to us. And this is still there, and this is where we have to dig into. And Wieland was yesterday explaining this big discrepancy we have between the opinion polls and what is being shown in the political mediatic complex. Because still here, you have complete unity in favor of the genocide in the mediatic system and in the political system. While if you go to the street, all of the people are with us. How is this possible? This is, the miracle. And I tell you, as a political activist, for a certain period of time, this can happen. But this cannot prevail. There will appear very big cracks and distortions, and appear many things to express the dissent with this, to go against these political elites. And okay, we are not very well organized. We are from we come from a history of defeats, but we must jump into this situation and recover anti-fascism and put anti-fascism against these elites. This is a huge task we have to do, but we should not have any prejudice against normal people, because most of them, they will be with us, and we need to build alliances to recover anti-fascism. And I tell you, I know that many will maybe not agree with this, but as the political system is built in a way that you cannot go into it, you cannot express dissent. It happens that some right-wing populists, they take up this content. They try to express this content. And we are against them, for sure, but we need to organize people to go against this genocide, to defend democracy, because this is also an important thing, and we discussed this yesterday, by the Palestinian issue, by trying to oppress the struggle against the genocide. They want to destroy democracy as a whole. This is an important thing, and by using anti-fascism, they want to destroy democracy. This is the right to speech, because they say they are anti-Semitic, they are anti-democratic, and so on and so on. So our struggle, and this is the message I try to bring, is we need to strategically link the struggle in defense of the Palestinians against the genocide, against Zionism, with a broader democratic struggle in our societies to build an alternative for peace, for example, for social justice. And we need to bring the poor people, the simple people, not the middle classes and upper classes, because they are for Zionism, they are for the genocide. The normal people are against the genocide in general. And with this, we will also crack the Islamophobia, because they replaced anti-Semitism with Islamophobia. And if we are able to address the poor people with all those things, we can crack this, because Islamophobia is the same thing. Without the help of the elites, it would not penetrate in the way it does. It's an engineering of them there to do this. They want to do this. It's not only the poor people from where this comes. So I want to close with the idea that reclaiming anti-fascism is strategically important, because they are the fascists. The Zionists are the fascists. Those who speak in the name of anti-fascism, of Jews and so on, and destroy an entire people, they are the real fascists, and we are the anti-fascists. And this we need to reclaim, and I'm sure that in the next months and years, we will be able to do that.
Thank you, Willi, for this optimistic message at the end. I was advised we have to close this panel at 2 o'clock, but we still have time for the questions. People are hungry, but they're also hungry for questions, so please raise your hands.
Thank you so much. Once again, please keep your questions short, sweet, and safe. I will not allow anybody to hold a discourse except for me. No, joking. Ma'am. And I will hold the mic. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much for all the referees. I would like to stress Willi's invitation to go into the anti-fascist fight and to regain the positions. We in Stuttgart from Palestine Solidarity Committee have the comfortable positions that we are very much welcomed by the anti-fascist movement in Stuttgart. We have, for example, also put into the demonstrations poster with Netanyahu together with AfD politicians. It was a poster which was, of course, very many times destructed, but we make it, we hold it again and again. And yes, it's an invitation really to be courageous and to go into the middle.
Thank you for the inquisitive invitation.
Yes, hi, I'm an author and an artist. I'm coming from Berlin, and I enjoyed very much what I heard about it. My question is concerns the very, very typical critique to anti-capitalism I experienced in the beginning of the 2000s. We had a strong globalism critic movement, and then there was this kind of critic against anti-capitalism, and that anti-capitalism is anti-Semitic. And this was splitting up our whole left German discourse, and it was horrible because it was really all our anti-capitalistic movement was gone away. So this is, yeah, okay. the question. And yeah.
No question? Okay. Please, questions only.
Hello, I've got a question for Stephen Kapos. Did the Jews know in the 30s and in the 1940s that the Zionists are collaborating with the Nazis?
Thank you.
My question is to Willy. Do we have data to actually, with regards to the Austrian public opinion regarding anti-fascism and Palestine? Because we know that anti-fascism doesn't exactly translate to being, you know, I won't label it, but you know what I mean, like being anti-genocide, let's say. Second, I've realized, I mean, I've been in Austria for 2 years, and I realized the Austrians don't talk about politics, so I raised my hand when Tony asked anti-Semitism. I was not labeled anti-Semitism because nobody's talking to me. So, like, I don't even know what people think here after 2 years, and these are close people. So how do you actually promote democracy in a society that do not even speak about these, like, really, really important issues, or you cannot even disagree?
For anybody that has no questions to ask, please, you can register for the open mic session. There is a QR code at the entrance or here with our dear friend. Thank you so much. Question, sir?
Okay. Hey, Jana, I would like to ask about the role of the Zionists on the Judenrats, which were making the list to the guest chambers, because I heard, of course, you, Tony, but I heard actually directly from Rudolf Vrba, who managed to escape from Auschwitz, that they were sitting on those Judenrats. So I just wanted to ask if they were, some of them were sitting on the Judenrats, or what was really the role?
Thank you.
Hi. One of the problems I see here as well, especially in Germany, and I assume it's similar in Austria, is that there's pretty much a state monopoly on memory culture. And I wonder what you think is the role of us reclaiming collective Holocaust memory, creating our own rituals, our own remembrance actions.
Yeah, my question is, to what extent do the panel think that the real anti-Semitism that caused the Holocaust exists today in the form of the Great Replacement theory, in the form of picking out George Soros, etc., etc.? In other words, how fundamental is that anti-Semitism to the worldview of the far right? And how do we build the unity of a struggle for Palestine and against that anti-Semitism?
Thank you.
Okay. Why weren't Jeremy Corbyn and his supporters able to push back more strongly against the bogus anti-Semitism campaign within the Labour Party?
Thank you.
Meine Frage ist bitte, wir sprechen hier alle wunderbar von der Antizionismus und so weiter. Meine Frage ist, dass das Problem ist in Israel selbst derzeit. Derzeit 80% der Bevölkerung, ich frage ja, derzeit ist 80% in Israel dagegen. Wie kann man die Mobilisierung in Israel machen? Wie kann man die Israeli dafür aktivieren und animieren, Antizionist zu sein?
Dankeschön. Panel, is that enough? Or one more question at the back. Who? Hier. Wo hier? Hand hoch. So, bitteschön. I'll hold the mic.
Okay, sorry. This was something mentioned yesterday, but I feel that it's still relevant. There was talk of the denazification of Europe and how Zionism needs to be uprooted on a cultural level as well. And it just raised the concern in me that I don't feel that Europe has really been denazified, and that very much of this racism is still prevalent and is also feeding Zionist sentiments, to the point where a lot of European people I've spoken to have felt that Israel is doing a service to the world by defending us from the evils of terrorism and Islam and all of these things. And it's like, is there any sort of a plan or idea for how to deal with this on a cultural level with people's broad understandings? Or do we simply feel that this is a difficulty that we'll have to deal with once the Zionist empire as a legal entity is overthrown?
Thank you. Great.
Okay, thank you for all your questions. Maybe we start with the historic questions. Stephen, there was a question on your view, what Tony spoke about, the collaboration of Zionists with the Nazi regime, and maybe also your personal experience, or the personal experience of your family with Zionists under the persecution of the National Socialists. Yeah.
I think that the role of Zionism historically in Hungary, despite the fact that some of the original Zionists were in fact of Hungarian origin, but the country was not very much influenced by Zionism. The Hungarian Jews weren't, because the dominant attitude, very much sponsored by the Habsburg Empire days of Austria-Hungary, was assimilation. And so the Zionist organizations within Hungary were extremely minor and on the fringes, and they weren't influential whatsoever. So they didn't have an impact, really. In the pre-war years or during the Holocaust. I just want to say a few words about the questions about Jeremy Corbyn. Why did they not tackle the false accusations of anti-Semitism which were so unfairly leveled against him? And it was really a campaign that more or less destroyed the Corbyn project. And I have a very great regard for Jeremy Corbyn, and but he's human, and I think it is now recognized that it was an error in trying to placate the attacks of anti-Semitism by a series of apologies. There should never have been a single apology. And I think it's to do with the people who were surrounding him as much as his personal weakness, I have to admit. But the people around him were all leaning on him to not to tackle in a strong way the anti-Semitism attacks. And I think now everybody recognizes this. In those who left the Labour Party, which is a large number, almost all the left, the genuine left wing of the Labour Party has either been thrown out or left of their own volition. But it is now recognized that this was a great strategic error not to confront it head on without compromise when it first appeared. And it would have been relatively easy to do so when it first appeared, because Jeremy Corbyn had huge popular support. And yet, with this persistent campaign, they managed to destroy the Corbyn movement. I think soon there will be some good news about a replacement left organization which is being discussed right now and maybe coming to birth within a matter of weeks or a few months. There will be another left party arising out of the ashes of the destroyed Corbynism.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe Tony Greenstein, you can elaborate on Corbyn too. You were, as far as I know, also thrown out of the Labour Party because of your political statements on Palestine. And there was a second question which is quite separate from that, the historic questions on the Jews' councils.
Sure, yeah. Well, one of my claims to fame is I was the first Jewish person to be expelled for anti-Semitism from the Labour Party. And that was in 2018. And the first person to welcome my expulsion was Keir Starmer, who he just said on Twitter, good. He's a man of few words and even fewer thoughts. So, but that was an accolade too. I mean, that was welcome. But yes, I mean, the problem with Corbynism, it's not simply that Jeremy lacked a backbone, which he did. It's a more deeper problem that Jeremy Corbyn was always pro-Palestinian, but he was never anti-Zionist. And therefore, when he was seduced by the Zionists, by the two-statists, by the Jewish labor movement, he thought he could be both pro-Palestinian and pro-Zionist. And you can't ride two horses at the same time. And that was his problem. And it's also a historic problem of the Labour left in Britain, because the British working class is the most conservative in Europe, and it created the British Labour Party. That the left has always appeased the right. It's believed that they can't get rid of capitalism unless they support and work with a pro-capitalist right wing. I mean, Tony Benn, the kind of hero of the Labour left, said an aeroplane needs two wings, but if one of the wings is permanently broken, then it's not much good flying the aeroplane. You actually have to replace it, not simply use it. So, I mean, that is a question for the left as a whole, but that was the problem of Corbynism. I mean, I knew Jeremy Corbyn, and, you know, he's a great guy in many ways. He's a very nice guy, but he wasn't a leader. On the other questions, what Stephen didn't mention, and it's in my book, it takes up 2 chapters, is that although the Zionists were very weak in Hungary, in another sense, they were very powerful, because when the Germans invaded, the Nazis invaded on March 19th, 1944, they almost immediately made a deal in the form of Adolf Eichmann with the leader of Hungarian Zionism, Rudolf Kastner. And the agreement was a train out of Hungary for the Zionist and the Jewish elite. It was eventually 1,684 people, in exchange for not only keeping quiet about where the deportation trains were, but misinforming the Jews who got on those trains as to where the destination was. And even someone like Eli Wiesel, who was a dedicated Zionist, ardent Zionist, he was a survivor also of Auschwitz. He said, why weren't we informed? Why weren't we told? We would not have got on those trains. And that is a tragedy. And as a result, 450,000 Jews were exterminated. And that is primarily down to the role of the Zionist movement and the Jewish agency in Hungary. And the Kastner trial, I mean, Ken Loach, you know, he was worried about providing a recommendation for my book because he'd be attacked as an anti-Semite, because 30 years ago, he produced a play called Perdition, which was about this. And he got attacked as an anti-Semite right, left, and center. But he was only telling the truth, because in Israel, there was a Kastner trial. I can't go into the details now, I don't have time. But basically, Kastner sued someone for calling him a collaborator, and he lost. The result is the government fell. The Sharett government in 1955 fell. And it was proven that he had collaborated. He'd actually gone to Nuremberg to exonerate people like Herman Krumie, the deputy to Eichmann, and others, Visliseni, Kurt Becher and so on. So the record of the Zionists, especially in Hungary, was absolutely atrocious. But they don't talk about that now, I'm afraid. And that leads us on to really the Judenrat, the Jewish councils. Because wherever the Nazis created a ghetto, they also created a Jewish council. And they created it out of the existing Jewish leadership. And that leadership, with very few exceptions, was disastrous. And 2/3 of them were Zionists. Isaiah Trunk has written a massive book after the war, and he took a poll of the surviving members, and 2 out of 3 were Zionists. Because they implemented the orders of the Nazis and were even more enthusiastic in doing their work than the Nazis, like the Dutch Judenrat. 75% of Dutch Jews were deported to Auschwitz and Sobibor. Why? Because the Jewish Council compiled the lists, and it recompiled the lists. It was enthusiastic about it. Whereas in France and in Belgium, the Jewish resistance and the communist resistance waged a war. In Belgium, they terrorized them. They shot and executed the leader of the Judenrat. So in Belgium, 40% to 50% of the Jews died, not 75%. In France, it was even less, 25%. So the Judenrat played really the role of collaborators, which is what you would expect of the Jewish leaders, because they were mainly bourgeois. Of course, there were exceptions. There were the fighting Judenrat. They were the exception, usually where they were near the forest, where there were Russian partisans, and the one in Minsk is an outstanding one, where the leader of the Judenrat was executed by the Nazis because the Judenrat fulfilled the role of the executive of the resistance. But they were the exceptions, not the rule, which is why Hannah Arendt, I think most people have heard of her, she wrote a book, Eichmann in Jerusalem, The Banality of Evil, after the Eichmann trial, and she was disowned, viciously attacked by the Zionists for writing a book on the Eichmann trial, which didn't portray the narrative that Ben-Gurion wanted. And she said, if there'd been no Jewish leadership, if there'd been no Jewish councils, there would have been much confusion, but more Jews would have survived than did in that case. And this is true. I mean, it's true also of the Zionists as a whole. I mean, in America, the dissident Zionists pushed Roosevelt to form the War Refugee Board in January 1944, and it saved over 200,000 people. The Zionists did their best to stop it, urging Roosevelt to actually deport these dissident Zionists, Peter Bergson and Shmuel Merlin. So this is the record of Zionism during the Holocaust, and that's why I thought it was a book that needed to be written, because most establishment historians don't go near the subject. Thank you.
Wieland, there was also the question, I'm directing this to you, on reclaiming the Holocaust memory, building their own rituals to remember the Holocaust.
Yes, I think this is important, but also dangerous ground in a sense, because one of the problems with Holocaust memory culture, of course, is its exceptionalism, which is particularly the case in Germany. And of course, in Germany, there's the, you might say, inverted patriotism of this German genocide being just the, you know, the greatest genocide ever, to show actually how superlative Germany is. I mean, I'm not, maybe I'm putting it in slightly flippant terms, but I'm actually fully serious about that. So to question it, to say, oh, you know, what about 10 million in the Congo, and what about, you know, 3 million in Bengal, and what about, you know, this and that, the many colonial genocides, you know, that's very insulting to Germans who are kind of proud of being the only people to have killed 6 million Jews. And what I think is very important to remember also is that there is one sense in which the Holocaust was exceptional, because normally genocides were carried out in colonial contexts abroad, usually against people with a different skin color. And this was the first time that actually massive numbers of Europeans, today we would just say white. I think the language was a bit different back then, but let's say European Jews were being murdered, and this was actually a real kind of violation of cultural norms. This was to people, I think, who didn't care all that much about the genocide in Namibia, for example, because this was only Africans, and well, that's just how things are. But to actually kill Europeans, and of course, worse than killing, let's say, poor traditional Polish Jews, was killing middle-class assimilated German Jews. And, so we have to remember the racism that's implicit in the racism, and also classism that's implicit in memory culture as we know it today. And one thing that, sometimes when I speak about anti-Semitism and the way that the discourse has developed in racist terms, something that I point to as an example of that, and which I also devoted a chapter in my book, German Apartheid Politics, to, is the comparative example of the approach to the genocide of Roma and Sinti, who were racialized in a different way from Jews, and in contrast to Jews who in the sort of wider population were no longer racialized, I would say, for most people after the war, Roma and Sinti were still seen as racial others. And I mean, one only needs to read some of the memories of some of these people after the war, the way they were treated in school by teachers, and the way sometimes they wouldn't be allowed into hotels, ended up sleeping in train stations instead. And also, it's very common to use the number of 500,000 to talk about how many European Roma and Sinti were murdered, whereas actually more recent research has shown that it may be as much as 1.5 million. And also it was only in the 80s when Helmut Schmidt was Chancellor of Germany that Germany officially recognized that there was actually a genocide, a racially motivated genocide against them. And there is actually, I mean, everyone has heard of the final solution to the Jewish question, as a fixed phrase. And although one doesn't hear it so often, there were actually also references at that time to the so-called final solution to the Gypsy question. And so people, and afterwards, after the war, that was completely played down. And until the 80s, it was just said that, these people, they were just killed because, they were criminal or sort of underclass, vagrants, all this sort of thing. So it wasn't even acknowledged. And what's actually also particularly shameful, I think, for Holocaust historiography is that as significant a figure as Yehuda Bauer didn't even acknowledge that genocide. That he also said, there was some killing and etc., but nothing like our Holocaust. And this is something also that's reinforced, to my mind, in Germany especially, by using the word Shoah, because then you're only talking about the Jews, and of course that term was introduced by Israelis into the discourse as a way, of course, to focus only on the Jews. And so I think before we find, as a step towards finding a less racist way of commemorating the Holocaust from a Jewish position, I think we first have to underline and emphasize these other victims and point also to the commonality. And this is something that actually the late Israeli artist Danny Caravan, who designed the monument for Roma and Sinti in Berlin, which, by the way, has been repeatedly under threat from building metro lines, which just shows you how important it is for German memory culture to preserve that. You know, you would never have that, of course, with a Jewish Holocaust memorial. And he also underlined this, and actually, not long before his death, he said once that he would, you know, if people tried to destroy the memorial that he had made, you know, that he would like throw his body in to protect it. And he also, when he was given an award late in his life, he also again said, you know, that, you know, we were brothers and sisters, you know, that we were together in Auschwitz. And, you know, that commemoration is incomplete if you only commemorate Jews.
Okay.
And of course, this applies also to, you know, the other groups subject to, you know, partial elimination, you know, the disabled, the queer communities, also actually black Germans, a smaller group, but also a targeted group. But I think the parallel with the Roma and Sinti genocide is particularly important because of the way that it connects to contemporary racism. And so actually for me, the way, I guess I already said it, but I'll just reiterate it, the way to find a kind of Holocaust remembrance that is not tainted either by white racism or by Zionist manipulation is through kinship and solidarity among these victims.
Thank you. I would like Willy to... Stephen, please.
Is it on? About the misuse of the memory of the Holocaust and its symbolism, I just want to mention one small thing that watching television, a session of the United Nations, when it came to the Israeli representative's contribution, he very theatrically put a yellow star on himself. And I thought that was absolutely sickening, watching as somebody who even at 7-year-old had to wear a yellow star for real. And I think that was an example of total misuse of the memory and the symbolism. And with regard to Zionism and Hungary, I just want to mention that I think with Tony and I, we were talking lemons and oranges a bit, because I was talking about the social role of, and lack of social role of Zionism in Hungarian society from the turn of the century, the previous century, to the Holocaust. During the Holocaust, it was different with Kastner, but Kastner was not an established leader of Hungarian organized Jewry. He was an adventurer who came from Transylvania when Transylvania was reattached to Hungary by gift of Hitler. And he managed to get almost a permission from the Hungarian Jewish leadership to propagate his own very personal project about the deal with the Nazis. So actually, Zionism in normal times in Hungary was regarded as a freakish sect. Yeah, that's all I wanted to clarify.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I will try to keep it very short on our own commemoration. We have a powerful document which is called Mauthausen Oath from the Cassette Mauthausen, where the people inside, then mainly communists, made a very powerful document calling for the unification of all people and to continue the fight against imperialism. And it's not by accident that nobody here knows this document. And we are doing every year a commemoration on the basis of this Mauthausen Schwur. And the man who is doing this is here. It's Ernst Wohlrab. He used to be the leader or political secretary of the KZ-Verband, which is the association of the victims of Holocaust and the resistance fighters, mainly communist resistance fighters. And he was kicked out of this association because he supports Palestinians. And he is now with us in the commemoration of the Mauthausen Oath. On the second question on how we see the position of Austrians. No, it's really here a class thing. The better you're educated, the more you are for genocide. This is a very general rule. And normal people does not mean that they are for Palestinians, but they say, are those Israeli crazy? What they are doing, this is not possible. We cannot commit the second time this thing. This is not possible. The majority position of people is like this. And you go into the street, you make a table for Palestine. Wherever you are, you listen to this. You come with us, we discuss, I show you this situation. And I also tell you, and this is more political now, we have as a gift of anti-fascism, a gift from outside. We have this constitutional neutrality. That means two things. One thing is no more again with German imperialism, with Nazism, and never again war with Russia. These are the two elements of neutrality. And people support this by 90%, and the elites, they want to go into NATO. This is a very clear sign of the situation that does not automatically translate into big demonstration. It's not a situation. We will come to this situation. And the third thing I want to provoke you, because you were asking about conspiracy theorists. I want to tell you, those people, okay, we agree that there's a flaw in it, but they hate the elites. And they think of conspiracy because they feel weak. If we project power into society with our movement, half of them will be with us. It's my friends.
Thank you very much, all the participants on this panel, for the insightful speeches. Thank you to the audience for your patience and your questions. And we will close this panel, and now everybody can get some food.
Thank you. Yeah, food is ready, and we will be meeting here at 3, please. Thank you, and enjoy the food.
This Mahlzeit.
noch der? Eins. Eins. Eins.